2 days of unmatched aura now is coming to its closure. But before we start the day, we know last 2 days have been so incredible with the competition, as we have seen close games, we have seen one-sided domination, and apart from that, we have seen events go to the tiebreakers as well. Hello and welcome once again to the viewers watching all around the world to Global Esports Games Mumbai. Today is going to be the ultimate day where we will see which are going to be those teams that have a happy face by the end of it. My name is Ocean Sharma, I'm your host, and now we begin the day with Clash Royale. We have seen how the games have been in the last 2 days, but now we are down to the lower bracket final. One player gets his chance to go to the finals, and that one individual will be coming out from these two remaining names. So without any further ado, please welcome the first contender, Team USA. I'm pretty sure Wallace has a lot of fans already out here that are cheering for him. But the competition might not be that easy, because please welcome his contender, Team India. Anuhit, Wallace, it's a very important game for you guys. You guys know what's at stake. You guys know from here, you guys will make your way. One of you is going to make their way to the grand finals. It's going to be a very important day for you guys. I hope you guys are ready. So all the very best, and make sure that you guys make this day count. So I would just request you guys to shake hands. There was a slight hug as well, but I think there was some tension that was brewing up in between. But what will that tension bring to the table? Will it be a straight one-sided affair? Will it be the game that goes to the tiebreakers? So many questions, the answers are going to be just in front of us. But for that, please welcome our storytellers as well. Over to the casters.
Absolutely, it was cold. We could see that stares, of course, there was that handshake, there was that camaraderie, but that was all coming for that storm that's brewing up. It is going to be Team India taking on Team United States of America. I'm Fixus, I'm joined along with Captain Price. It is the lower bracket finals, folks, and Price, How excited are you about the games?
I am super excited because the storyline for both of these players have been crazy. USA having the dream run through the lower brackets and Team India getting shut down by Kazakhstan. I think the revenge matchup will be too good to watch, but for that, India has to first take down Wallace, who has not backed down after that first loss.
Of course, Miraz is pretty much chilling, and already got his throne ready, just one step away from that. But then again, yesterday we saw an epic showdown in the upper bracket finals where Miraz took down Anuhit. And it was a 2-0 battle, of course, but the last game did come down to a 4-2 finish. So anticipating nothing less in this game as well, because even when you talk about Wallace, he's had a long journey through the lower brackets, because after being taken down initially from the upper brackets, he had to go all the way down, defeat the likes of Great Britain. And, to make things easier, let's show you the brackets, because, yes, Wallace has been hustling through. He's made his way, finally. Look at that. He had to go against Great Britain. Then after that, he took down Tunisia. That was also a 2-0 scoreline. After which, he went down to beat Senegal as well. So, did have quite a nice run. Was a flawless run till the lower bracket round 5 against Portugal. The scorelines being 2-1. And now the final boss awaits for them in the grand finals, whoever wins. But for Anuhit, I think the road has been pretty much simple from the winners bracket round 4 down to the lower brackets.
Yep, and talking about Anuhit particularly, this game is going to test him a lot because he has to play whatever cards he saved up until yesterday, and now he has to play it in front of USA. And there is Miraz chilling. He's going to watch the game, and a little while later, a best-of-5 series with, of course, a point advantage
Yes.
for Kazakhstan since he's been winning, and he's come through the winners bracket. But for now, we'll have to wait and find out what kind of cards will be played in this particular game because so many decks have been revealed. There has to be some changes made. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Even I'm excited to see what do Anuhit and Wallace bring on the table over here, because we've seen Anuhit loves his minor cards, right? We've seen that he also wants to go for that constant early chip. Whilst for Wallace, we did see him for a single game during the broadcast stages, and that is where he took a fall. And it was none other than Miraz himself. So, in fact, it was from Eric from Peru,
Yeah.
to whom I think Anuhit beat Eric yesterday. So that was also a storyline. So ideally, if you talk about the calculations, India should be having a slight edge, but we can never, never undermine the tyranny and the mighty strength of the United States.
No doubt about it. I mean, Wallace, he's done ample amount of homework. We saw that yesterday. And that's the reason he's been having that dream run, right? There was
Yeah.
one hurdle, though. Actually, there were two hurdles, one in the upper brackets and the other in the lower bracket, round 5. I believe that game was a test that he's already crossed through. But now Anuhit awaits. And we know there are some serious things that Anuhit did miss out on. There were mistakes made, especially not having any building cards to play with. And there, Kazakhstan was shining, took the advantage, and just clean swept that upper bracket final. But for now, if Wallace has done his homework and if Anuhit has learned from its mistakes, I believe those building cards will be brought in now.
But that's the thing, right? It's not a matchup against Miraz. It's a matchup against Wallace, and you have to read your opponent. And Wallace, he's got a plethora of decks. I'm pretty sure he's already got everything jotted down to the T. Both of them have their respective coaches. Everybody's been helping them on the back line. So I'm kind of excited and rather curious to see what do these two men come up with in the first game itself. So I think Anuhit would want to go with his signature deck, would want to pick that minor, want to go with that chip damage. We've seen a usage of a lot of the hero magic archer. That was one of the best cards I think all the players were using. We saw a couple of players using the giant skeleton deck also. We also did see a couple of Skelly Kings, and we did also witness one Lava Loon. So if you can get to see one Lava Loon right from the get-go, because Hog Rider deck, we haven't seen enough though, Captain.
Just once.
Yeah.
Just once. But you know what? The obsession with Lava Loons is going to always continue with
personal thing
fixes.
for me.
Yeah, it's a personal thing for
Nostalgia.
him. But talking about Wallace here, he has so many variations to play with.
Yeah.
And there, I think Anuhit has to do the hard work. Anuhit, on the other hand, like you mentioned, he loves to play with his minors. And we have seen so many times he's gone on forward with the Royal Hawks. I believe that Royal Hawks could be a game changer. But if there is a similar deck coming up from the other side as well, if Wallace also comes in with a Royal Hawk deck, then it will be counteracted, counterplayed, and then it's going to come down very to the basic cards, simply to the basic cards to play with. But again, another point I'd like to mention is we have seen double hero plays so many times.
Yeah.
So far, none of the games where double heroes have been played have been won by anyone out here.
I think it was all about testing the waters yesterday. Now players have realized at the highest stakes, when the stakes are so high, you cannot make those mistakes anymore. They must have gone back to their shell, to the decks that they're very comfortable with. So anticipating both of them to put their best foot forward right from the get-go, have that advantage, because now it's just elimination. Whoever wins goes on to face Kazakhstan for the grand finals, for which will happen after this. It is again, folks, a quick, gentle reminder. Already we have Miraz having that one-game lead, but that we will talk about a little while later, because the voice in my head says we are ready to enter inside the arena as the first game is about to begin.
The first game is going to test a lot of the waters out there, but the first game, whoever gets the victory will want to close this in a 2-0 fashion. If you drag it over to the third game, there are chances of that reverse sweep, and we've seen reverse sweeps so many times. However, coming back to the grand finals game again, like you mentioned, that 1-point lead. So Miraz overall just has to win 2 out of 4 games, and ideally, the way we've seen him play, it should be a walk in the park for him.
It could be, but I'm anticipating that both these players will have something in store, something surprising in store as this game has begun with Wallace from the red side. He's begun with the wall breakers along with the Skelly. As Anuhit is responded back with the Barbarians, a split across the two sides as Wallace will deploy the Dark Prince. As on the right, Wallace quick enough to chuck down with those bats, as now Wallace uses his minor, and there you have it. Well, the Tombstone has been dropped, so the Skellies should deal with it. But then again, who is going to have that initial heavy chunk of damage? It's all about chipping, and Wallace has done it. Anuhit yet to get any piece of damage.
Well, this is the first time Anuhit is actually playing with that Tombstone, but now there is the Lava Hound coming in. I want to see if he has also a balloon card in this mixer, because a balloon card with that Lava Hound actually works out so well. But the right-hand side, the Hog Rider pressuring, the Dark Prince actually pressuring a lot, but the Skeletons will take care of it. Nothing much done. Barbarian will go on forward, but that Lava Hound is going on and on and on. And finally, that initial chip damage will start coming in for Anuhit.
Of course, does have the hero minion as well. Tesla Tower being dealt with. Lava Link, of course, also coming out. The wall breakers dealt with easily by the baby dragon. The poison also being deployed. So, of course, Anuhit will have a slight advantage in this trade as the players replenish the elixir over here. And there you have it. The balloon has been deployed. I think Anuhit was waiting for Wallace to make a move. And the Tesla Tower should be enough to successfully deal with it. And the Tombstone, another very low elixir building, should deal with the Dark Prince. Yeah, easily done.
Double elixir now starting over. Barbarian army will be going on forward with 3 skeletons. Let's see what value can be found from that. Initially, the Dark Prince will be able to shut down that Barbarian approach. Well, that's a stall being played by Wallace, but Anuhit sends out the baby dragon this time along with the Lava Hound. Should be getting immense damage done, but look at Wallace. Instant counterplay coming in on the right-hand side. A good placed Dark Prince yet again. Cycle forward and pushing through. No stoppage found this time, and very easily this Dark Prince will do a lot of damage. However, the poison will create problems. The balloon actually lands 1 hit before getting taken down.
It absolutely does, and the Evo Dragon trying to chase the miner over here, defensively set up. As this time the Dark Prince wanting to make that initiation from that left-hand side, but instantly stopped. The zap really coming in handy. And Evo zap at that, another balloon being deployed. The minion will try to get some chunk of damage on the Dark Prince, at least try to avoid that hit, but still the wall breaker is trying to cruise through. And now on the OT, I think Anuhit might have done it. Should be enough to seal the deal, because the minions getting the damage. There goes that left tower, and Anuhit backs the first round.
Anuhit coming in really strong in game number 1. You wanted Lava Hound fixes, you've got it, and that's another victory with that Lava Hound. A flawless streak with the Lava Hound as well. A fantastic game played. But I do have to mention this, that Wallace never backed down even once. He never went with that defensive approach. The moment he was getting pressurized on the left-hand side, a counterplay was coming in on the right. The Dark Prince just not suitable enough to actually push through and do chunks of damage. That is where Anuhit left his mark and won this game.
I think it was all about Wallace trying to push from both the lanes, whilst Anuhit just wanted to do it from the left-hand side. And the trades with Anuhit had was, of course, the Tombstone. We'll have to give it to the Tombstone because that gave him a lot of value, especially when you're countering the likes of the Dark Prince, the way he positioned it and just baited him out on towards the right-hand side. And the moment he had that elixir advantage, he could deploy the Lava Loon, which I feel like Wallace did take it a little lightly, felt like he could have dealt with it, but the Lava Loon did hit it. In fact, the Lava Hounds did hit the tower. And after which, the balloon, of course, was stopped by the Tesla. That was that one defensive structure that he had, and he tried to make the most of it. But still, not having it in the Evo did somewhere down the line hurt him a little bit. And even Wallace could not get a lot of value with the wall breakers as well. So could not get a single hit on that one. And eventually, he was kind of trying to chip it away. He was hoping that the overtime would extend, and after it gets over, he might have the victory. But that one last push, I think that sealed the deal for Anuhit.
And Anuhit played it really smart, switching over from the right-hand side. Like, he was firstly bifocal, but then he came down. He just went ham on the left-hand side, switched over his Barbarians. He pulled out the Tombstone as a defensive building this time, not placing it behind one of the Archer Towers. And that Tombstone created a lot of problems, especially for that Dark Prince, who was trying to come in from the right-hand side. I believe overall this play, it was very well matched, but the timings, the decision-making, it was just better by Anuhit. We'll move on to the second game. Will Wallace get the chance of coming back into it? Because this is an elimination match. There are no more chances after this. It's one game victory for Anuhit that separates him and that revenge matchup awaiting him in the grand finals.
Yeah, that would be one for the storylines for sure, of course, because it is being held in Mumbai, Anuhit's home arena. So I'm pretty sure he's got that crowd support also along with him. But then again, now what really excites me is what are these two men coming up with next? What would be their decks? We haven't seen enough of log baits also yesterday. We did see the Fisherman deck come towards the very latter phases of the game, but I think that will be put to rest. The players are pretty much chilling. And yeah, Elixirs at the full. And now the Goblin Hunt being deployed as Wallace would instantly want to charge with the Royal Hawks. Slight damage on the left-hand side tower, but not enough. Log deployed on the right, which means Anuhit is still going to chip a couple of more hits on the left.
Well, we were just talking about it, the log being played, not too much. And there's Wallace trying to come back into this series with that log. Hero finally being brought in. We did not have any heroes from either side in the previous one, and Anuhit decides to go forward with one. Trying to find value, but immediately the building acting as the perfect decoy. Nothing found so far, but already for Anuhit, he's done damage to both the Archer Towers, and that's massive value found.
Yeah, the Goblin Miners also make the hit. A couple of more chip damage, but the RG Royal Ghost could be slightly deadly, but the Skeletons well deployed. Royal Delivery landing down, and yet Royal Hawks, the Evo version of him. Oh my god, look at the amount of damage they've dished out. Anuhit getting slightly complacent. The Valkyrie did not have enough mana on him, as a result of which he's going to suffer. And even look at the Hero Magician Archer getting those perfect hits, and Wallace making a very good comeback.
Fantastic comeback indeed. 1033 HP just remaining. Defensive approach, yet an aggressive push, successfully executed. And there is the last minute of the standard time. Double elixir coming in. A push already initiated by Anuhit. A full-blown push initiated rather. That hero will do a lot of damage. Lucky that The King Tower defense mechanism was not triggered.
Oh, indeed,
A
has now
beautiful counter, a beautiful counter. The final hit came through. And now the King Tower is going to create problems for Anuhit. Anuhit has to play it really, really smart. A full-blown approach is being done by Wallace. And looks like, yes, this will create problems. The poison will slow down that push, but the timer fixes 20 seconds and just 451 HP to be dealt with.
Yeah, Wallace almost has this in the bag. And even he knows that he's just waiting to cycle his lightning. The moment that happens, this game is pretty much over. But again, one last effort from Anuhit's side. And this Hero Magician Archer so far has been amazing alongside the Royal Hawks. And there you have it, the snowball being deployed, the final push. And the lightning, oh, bringing it down to just 22 HP. But the Royal Hawks will get the job done as Wallace stages his comeback. And now it is one each for both these nations. And it does, as customary, has come down to the decider, the tiebreaker, that one match will decide the fate of both the countries.
Well, in the winner brackets, Wallace himself was a victim of that reverse sweep. Now
Yeah.
he's about to pull off one on Team India and Anuhit. He knows that now all the pressure is on him. He has to understand, figure out Wallace's play style. Wallace initially starting off with a defensive approach and then instantly changing the pace of the game, trying to get back control of that tempo, of that momentum. And he's done it so well in this one. A final deck to be played with, a last game to determine who moves on and faces Kazakhstan. I'm pretty sure Kazakhstan, he's just waiting, trying to figure out what will be left out by any of these two players who ever come to meet him in the grand finals. But so far, Anuhit, he's done well. Wallace, even better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wallace really held on to his nerves over there because you need to understand you're just one game away from being eliminated. And I think he has kind of handled the pressure really well because he went down to the low brackets pretty early on. And this is the first time that Anuhit was in that situation. What I really feel was the differentiating factor in this very game was maybe Anuhit was not prepared for the Royal Hawks. The moment they were deployed, I think he had no answer. They just went in for straight hits, and by the time he dropped the Valkyrie down, by the time he had enough elixir for that, I think the damage was done. I think pretty much at that moment, at the highest level, you make that one mistake and there's barely any coming back. So he kept pressing on the wounds till the point he started bleeding, and he did get a victory in this game. Now, this is where I think both these players have to play it really smart. They will have to go with the decks that they love. They will have to go with the decks that they have mastered over the years. And I'm excited to see what they bring on the table.
Well, for a player as Wallace, the caliber that he has, I think taking the fight to him would be easier. And Anuhit, he did it in round 1. Let's see if he does it again in round 3, rather game 3. This decider, pressure now on both of these players' shoulders. The names of 2 countries and only one shall survive. Moving on to the grand final, Team USA. Wallace, one final hope, and Team India, Anuhit. This one game decides which flag can still be flown high at the end of the tournament. In just another couple of hours at most. The decks being locked on. We shall have the game momentarily. But Fixes, do you think there will be any drastic changes than what has already been played by these players?
What I really feel like at this moment, like I said, they should go with a draft that they're really comfortable with. And getting a slight glimpse maybe at Wallace's screen, and still not aware of what he's going for. But yes, the decks will definitely get locked in. A little word with his coach. And I'm pretty sure Wallace knows what he's doing. Same goes for Anuhit as well. We have also seen him, have a rough start also, but then to recover. Yesterday against Rydell, very nice comeback, and the way he went up against Senegal and also bested them, and that confidence, I really felt for a moment. It was a very close game even against Miraz for Anuhit. Had it not come down to that last fireball hit, would have been a different story. But for now, Anuhit knows he's been ever so close. But the next game, the next draft, shall decide both the fate of these players. And at this point, I think Wallace, he's ready. Anuhit, he's making some tweaks, some adjustments. The moment he informs, we will get started with the final game of the lower bracket finals. The winner from here will go on to face the mighty Kazakhstan, who've been having a flawless run, an unbeatable run. And Miraz gives you that false sense of hope that yes, you might be good, but he is playing with your minds. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be watching this game on the sidelines and like, all right, bring it on. I don't care.
Well, looks like we are almost set. In a few more seconds, we will move into the game. We will jump right into the arena and find out which one of these countries will move on to face Kazakhstan. The question, however, is what changes have been made? What is Wallace coming up with? What does Anuhit have left under his sleeves? We're all waiting for that final confirmation. And we jump right in. However, one big question will be, does Anuhit fall back to his favorite deck? Does Anuhit play it safe, or he continues to be a problem for Wallace?
And there you go. He's ready, Wallace. As the match begins, so is Anuhit. With Wallace instantly applying that early pressure. This time, Anuhit prepared with that Tesla tower. Did have his Goblin Miners come through, but quite an expensive investment from Anuhit's side, if you ask me. Because look at Wallace, he still has that elixir advantage there.
Anuhit needed this. He knew the Royal Hawks created a lot of problems for him, so he brings it up on his own. And now, as a defensive building, you have the cannon to deal with. The first line of defense will be that cannon. Another push. Cards being cycled through by Wallace. Still 2 to be revealed. Anuhit now playing that patient game. The hero wizard going on forward. Let's see how much damage can be found. Well, apparently nothing on any of the towers. And so far, Anuhit, all he's managed to do is do some chip damage on the left-hand side tower. Whereas Wallace, he's been applying pressure on both sides.
Yeah, the Mighty Miner being brought up. I think this is the first time we're seeing this card being played in the broadcast stages. So miners from both the sides. The Goblin Miner being almost dealt with by the Wizard. But even for the Mighty Miner, the cannon was enough. And so far, it's all been about Wallace over here. Applying pressure from the right-hand side. The cannon being dealt with. The Royal Hogs need to lock in. They need to connect, push through by the snowball, but still couple of hits. The Berserker will get the last one of them down as she'll be followed up by the Bombardier. Another Goblin Miner being deployed. And a response, Mighty Miner from the side of Anuhit.
Well, the Mighty Miner being played for the second time by Anuhit. Initially, very little value was found. But now the Wizard, the Hero Wizard will be dropped in. That was one final card that was not yet revealed by Wallace. It's almost as if a mix and match of decks from the previous 2 games played by both these players. But let's see who gets that first tower down. 30 seconds to go.
I really liked how Wallace used the vines in that moment to get those extra few shots. And now, this is all where Anuhit wanted to make something nice, but that Evo Snowball absolutely stomping his attack there. And now, Anuhit, he's running out of options. Wallace seems to have had the better deck. The way he's been executing his strategy has been quite flawless. Of course, the Hero Wizard will do enough damage, but there you have it. The Mighty Miner stands in the way of Wallace from Ultimate Glory. The Tesla Tower also being deployed. And the Mighty Miner still unable to get towards the tower, get anything done. Even the Berserker easily dealing with the Hero Wizard.
That Berserker has been a problem for Anuhit. Snowball dropped onto that tower on the right. The Wall Breaker still alive, still moving on forward, finally being dealt with. The Mitre Miner now being switched lanes along with the Royal Hawks, and a push is being fought through. But that snowball again creating a lot of problems. A minute and 18 seconds to go. This is going to be tough. It's going to be real tough for Anuhit. So far, whatever cards he's played, whatever moves he's made, it's always been shut down by Wallace.
Exactly, and in the next cycle, of course, Wallace will have his Evo snowball up. So that is going to be a bigger concern. As with Mighty Minus, Royal Hawks, I think he's got his, there you go. The Evo snowball at the ready, and even the cannons making his life worse. After which, we'll have the Evo cannon. And for Anuhit, he's got to put all his cards on the table on that Evo Royal Hawk split. And if that can happen, that could be a different story. But look at that constant chip coming in from Wallace.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Wallace, of course. The Wizard now dropped in. It's an all-defensive approach at this point for Wallace because he knows that he's done more than enough. 957 HP, but this push, it might just find some value. 1087 gonna be close. Let's see if that Wizard can do anything.
Lightning.
There is a beautiful chance here. That lightning will be very crucial. Let's see how much value can he get. But a defensive play also has to be made. That lightning, when will it be put through? Does he put it through? 4 more seconds, and that lightning will find its mark. The snowball coming in forward. 1 HP is the difference. It's going to be close. It's going to be close, and I think India has it.
India should be having it. Yes.
We'll have to wait.
Yes.
They should have it, yes.
It just came down to that 1 HP, but no. The winner will be USA. Oh my God, Wallace. What a game it was, and it is again haunting memories of yesterday for Anuhit, which will have him crashed out of this event. Did come down to that 1 HP difference. This does not get as close to this. Oh my God, folks, what did just happen?
Again, you can say deja vu for Anuhit. That left-hand side tower creating problems for him. That left-hand side tower having lesser HP, and there the advantage pulled through. This is absolute bizarre, the play that we're having on this last day. And now USA completing that lower bracket dream run, moving on to face Kazakhstan. I have to say this, Miras, he has to play his best game because US, he's on form. Wallace, he's ready to just put it in forward. But
I think there has been a slight update. I think we've gotten the update. And there has been a switcheroo, in fact, a turn of events, because considering there was that 1 HP difference, it was actually in favor of Anuhit over there. So, and yes, it did come down to the tiebreaker. And we're all confused. So, you know, production is going to help us out. We are going to have a nice replay in slow-mo to have all our doubts cleared. That will happen in just a wee while. So, now it is India against Kazakhstan, a rematch, Oh my God. What did happen? I mean, even for a moment initially when the game ended, I felt like Anuhit had that 1 extra HP advantage because he had his towers at 802 and Wallace had his towers at 801. But then I also was like, maybe there was something else that we might have missed out because on the graphics we saw something different. But now it has been confirmed by the production. We will also be playing the replay for all of you guys, and the replay in front of your screens. That last moment, Captain, that was, I mean, it came down. Look at this. It was at 931 and 1087. That is when the lightning fell, and 802 and 801 is where it was. It came down to that 1 HP difference. And for a moment, we've all felt like Wallace was actually celebrating, and then it was Anuhit.
It was like shock.
Yeah, he was actually shocked.
Well, I think the Indian fans, the home crowd, will be very, very happy. But you know what? It is that revenge matchup, the winner bracket final, just with a round's advantage for Kazakhstan.
Oh, it's going to be another long road for the Indian representative, Anuhit, because he's got to play it as a best of 5. But all that Miras needs to do is just win 2 games. It's done.
Well, Miras, Let's see if he can win 2 games back to back, or will it be Anuhit who gets those 3 points before Midas can. Now, Midas, he's always been very calm. We haven't seen any kind of nervousness. We haven't seen any kind of panic moments from him, from his side. So we'll have to wait and find out if Midas actually feels the pressure today. But coming in from a player of his caliber, it's going to be hard to rattle his cage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, we have seen, right? Everybody that tried and challenged Miras eventually failed, right? It was all about, the storyline was as such that Miras always comes up and gives away the first game. He loses, it's fine. But the way he bounces back in the next two, that is a different story to tell. And to the point where he plays so defensive, he's so patient, he's so calm, he knows what he needs to do in pressured situations. He's one of those players who plays all those complex decks, right? He loves to have have his go with those mortars. We've seen him play from the defensive structures. We've seen him use a lot of those spells. So yeah, I think that is where I feel like the depth that Miras possesses in his deck, I think that is lovely. Anuhit better must have come prepared.
Yeah, he has to come prepared. But I think what has been working so far for Anuhit is that split lane approach, along with that Royal Hog split that we have seen he's done so many times. He has to also understand that these last second plays has to be played very, very carefully, because we just saw that it was almost a game of comeback. If not for those last 20 seconds or the last 15 seconds, he might have just lost it.
Yeah, he might have just lost it, but the brackets have now, folks, been updated. It is going to be a rematch. You can see that winner bracket round 4 yesterday in the final game. Kazakhstan bested Team India 2-0. And this time, India has a time and a chance for revenge against the mighty Kazakhs. Because now the scoreline still, I think at this point, Miraz does have that 1-game lead. Again, folks, a gentle reminder that he needs to win just 2 games, while Anuhit needs to go the long route. He has to win 3 matches to secure victory.
Well, let's find out if Anuhit gets 3 games back-to-back, or is it going to be Miraz initially coming in, winning the 2 games and sealing the deal for him. He's come here to win. We all know that, but in front of the home crowd, it is a very big moment for Anuhit. In front of his own city, we have to find out if he has what it takes to lift that title in his name, to ensure that this year's Global Esports Games, you know what? We'll have to wait, Fixes.
We certainly have to. I think we need to get our popcorns in, because this is just not a matchup. It is about the ultimate glory, being the best of the best. You're representing your nation. Tensions are at the high, but right now we will cut short for a small little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the time where we finally talk about the things that have been finalized for the grand finale. Yes, you heard it right. Till now, we were seeing best of threes happen in its own glory. But now is the time for the finale of Clash Royale. Stakes cannot be any higher. Yesterday, Kazakhstan had a really good run, and they are going to be starting up the finale with already a one advantage for themselves. That one round advantage might as well make the game, or will it break the game in terms of some momentum? We'll have to see and understand. But now is the time to bring up our finalists. First up, please welcome Team Kazakhstan. So far, Miko has dominated every single game that he has played. But there's one man who's looking for a revenge. There's one man who has momentum in his favor. There's one man who's supporting his team and is ready to go and try to go for the win despite that one advantage on his opponent. Please welcome Team India! Team Kazakhstan here already has a one-round advantage. Obviously, yesterday was a really dominating run. But when we talk about momentum, Team India right now just had one of the closest games for Clash Royale. This might as well just have the hot hands in its own self. Might as well have some sort of strategies. We'll have to see and understand what happens. But boys, this is the final game. This has to be the best game for yourself. All the very best. And may the better team win, because this will go till the end. Will it or will it not? We'll have to see and understand. But for the final time for Clash Royale at Global Esports Games, casters, take it away.
The redemption arc for Anuhit, or a double whammy for Miraz, as the stage has been set up, folks. It is the grand finale of the Clash Royale event. And I am really, really excited for this because, of course, Team India needs to get a victory ASAP because already it has been established, folks. Of course, we like to reward the people who we go through from the winner's bracket. Hence, we have Miraz with that one-game lead. But Captain Anuhit desperately needs a victory right now. What does he need to do?
Well, the first target, like you mentioned, he has to get that victory. But to get that victory, he has to be calm. He cannot get played by Miraz. Miraz every time gives you that little early advantage and then just plays mind games with you. But when it comes to overtime, he plays all his cards really smartly, strategically, and then secures the game for himself. So we'll have to wait and find out what happens, how the game is initiated, which decks are brought forward, because this time, every card probably that could be played by any team out there has already been put on display.
Yeah.
Both of them have a very good read, but which player will have a better mind game with the other is the question now.
Yeah, that's a big question, actually, as to what both these players will be bringing on the table. We have seen yesterday both of them opting for their favorite miner. And there's a thing that Anuhit has with his miner. He loves to go with that particular deck, constantly trying to chip away. But he knows he cannot get away with it this time. He has to come up with some sort of a surprise like he did against Wallace in the first game. He brought in Lava Loon. Who knows? Maybe a giant skeleton at the ready. We've seen even Anuhit get the Mega Knights out. So I'm kind of curious because if you kind of prolong, if you do not control the tempo of your game against Miraz, I think he's the final boss, right?
Yep.
He is unbeaten right now. Nobody has managed to do that so far. Anuhit did manage to get ever so close, but still not enough. But let's also not forget, Captain, that Anuhit has his hands hot.
No doubt about it. And you know what? Anuhit, every time he's played with Royal Hawks, I was just going through a little while ago, he's won that particular game. So I don't think whatever happens, he's going to let those Royal Hogs go away. However, talking about heroes, yes, we have seen so many times that the hero Wizard has been played through. In fact, Anuhit himself, he's played it a couple of times. We've seen the hero Magic Archer also being played through. But the hero Magic Archer hasn't worked out in favor of Anuhit. It's always his opponent who's walked away with that advantage. Now, the question, however, remains. Remember, we were talking about the buildings being brought in. What building does Anuhit bring in this one? Because he's already shown that he uses the bomb tower. He's already shown he uses the goblin hut. And now the tombstone already played through. What else can you bring in against a giant of a player like Miraz?
I think majority of which has been with the Tesla Towers part. Finally, folks, the game has begun. And you can see that red crown, one of which is of Miraz. He does have that one game advantage, but this time Anuhit not delaying any time, goes in for the battlegram, and in response, Miko, like I said, right, he loves his buildings. Did start off with a defensive mortar over there, and there you go. I just called it a giant skelly deck coming out with the Hailing Spirit alongside. He's got even the hero Wizard on him, and he has been crushed courtesy to that beautiful tornado. Now, he survived that onslaught, and a guard cannon. Can the giant skeleton get close? The answer will be no, but still hits. In fact, 3 on Miraz's tower. Good start from Anuhit.
Really great start indeed. But Miraz, he has to make a good play here. The right-hand side will be explored. What a beautiful bait. What a fantastic bait it was by Anuhit. Not letting any damage, not too much damage found, but now the minions will be sent forward. The Mother Witch in play, going on forward, locked to counter that Mother Witch. A lot of HP drained, only 1 hit found, and the Lumberjack being brought in. Now you have to have a follow-up with that Lumberjack, otherwise it's gonna get you no value. Just 1 hit of that axe. 1700 HP still remaining on that left-hand side tower, and then the Evo Battle Ram will push it forward. It took a second hit. That's 3 hits now. And what a beautiful play by Anuhit, shutting down 1 tower in the first 2 minutes of the game. This is the first time you've actually seen in the broadcast matches a tower getting shut down in just regular time.
And seems like Miraz just waited it out. He's let go of the tower, and Anuhit does have a massive advantage to begin with. Goblin cannon at the ready, spotting something he's never done before. The Evo Noon Skelly is coming through, but that is also an intense amount of damage being dished out. 283 HP barely, and he still has that fireball to work with. So if push comes to shove, he has to instantly cycle it out. The card cannon almost made it towards the tower, so it still is anybody's game to lose.
Well, 15 seconds to go. There has to be a hit found no matter what. The lock will be cycled. 35 HP now remaining on that right-hand side tower. Anuhit should be able to get game number 1. 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Looks like no, we are going overtime. And Anuhit, he's changed his game completely. He is not going for that second Archer Tower. In fact, he goes for the King Tower. And look at the value found. Just 236 HP. 1 more hit. 44 HP remaining. No spells to work with. If Anuhit had any kind of range cards, he could have just closed it right here, right now. A cycled Giant Skelly can change the game now, can just close it right here for Anuhit.
Absolutely, I think Anuhit, he knows what he needs to do at this point. The hero goblins coming through, of course, they will rally with the true ability being posed, but again, the Battle Rams getting the job done. There you have it, the Wizard, and now the scores have been tied. It is 1 each. Now from here on, it is technically a best of 3 now.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Yes, it is a best of 3 now. Whoever gets the first 2 rounds will be moving on to become the champions of Clash Royale Global Esports Games Mumbai. Well, Anuhit, he definitely still has so much to showcase. The way he's changed his game completely, bringing in that Evo Battle Ram. Along with that, he definitely knew what exactly had to be done. Shutting down a tower in the first 2 minutes, rather in the first a minute and 45 seconds. That is the first time anybody's ever done it, and it's the Indian representative right in front of the home crowd.
I think the moment Anway took the left tower, somewhere down the line, even Miras's body language, he knew this game was over already. Because even if he got that trade, Anway still had a massive, massive elixir advantage. And he was the one. I think the best part is, I feel like the mistake that Miras made was in that defensive setup of the mortar. And now you can also see the coach helping Anway in building his next deck of what comes ahead. And he's got everything ready. And Anuit knows. Anuit knows now it's been reset. It's come down to a best of three. Both these players will have to win 2 matches. Whoever wins the first 2 matches will be declared not just as a winner of this match, but will be taking home that crown, the ultimate trophy, and of course the bragging rights to be the best amongst all these participating nations.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. But you know what, Fixes? I want to see this game going on towards a decider. I want all 5 games to be played. Well, technically 4 games to be played, because then we have not just the utmost best, but the best out of probably everybody. The pressures are mounting on top. So much to be done. Will we get to that decider, though? And even if we do, Anuhit still has to win 2 more. And so does Miraz. Stakes have been leveled. Equalizer has been found. Let's see who is the first one to fill up 2 crowns amongst these 3.
Yeah, and I'm starting to already have goosebumps. What will the next deck be? All right. So we wanted to see a giant Skelly, and this is what Anuit has been doing, right? He's getting those off-pick something, trying to catch you off guard. I think that is what he's doing against Miraz, because and this time also it felt like Anuhit was the one who was dictating the tempo of this game. Miraz initially started off quite reactive, and that is how his go-to playstyle has always been, right? He tests your patience, slowly chips away that damage, and eventually when he gets that opener, when he gets that elixir advantage, that is where he commits for the push, which he did. You know, we did not expect Miraz to be actually taking that right tower down of Anuhit, but he still, despite all the odds, managed to do that. And even Anuhit knows he cannot afford to make one single mistake, because Miraz, otherwise, he's going to punish him brutally.
Let's find out who punishes who. But you know, you were just mentioning about the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton did not work out in favor of Anuhit in game number 2. But immediately he brought it back, and he brought it back with a battle ram. I think that changed a lot of things.
That Evo battle ram.
That
right?
Evo
3
battle ram.
hits.
And imagine you put your battle ram forward, it just walks up to your left-hand side tower of your opponent and manages to get 3 hits. That's over 650 HP drained in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, even when Miraz did come up, he had that mortar, and he could not get that space to use it aggressively, not the space to use it to actually initiate damage on the tower. Rather, he was trying to use it defensively against the giant Skelly. We were seeing it was used for the battle ram. So I guess this time Miraz maybe will have to take another route, because he's now known that he's been well read this time around. Maybe the little complacency did creep in, which Anuit has taken a lot of efforts. He's practiced, and let's hope. I mean, fingers crossed, anything can happen.
No doubt about it. I believe instead of bringing in that goblin mortar, what he could have done is, you know, replace the cannon cart, bring back an actual Evo cannon, leave it there, and then just add on something else. But, you know, those decisions are made after immense hard work. So we'll find out what Miraz has to offer in the next deck. Anuhit, he's going to win this right here, right now. 2 games to be found by both of these players. I'm not sure, Fixes, which player will win the next one, because both of them, they've showcased so much yesterday and today. One of them getting pushed down, a revenge matchup indeed. Equalizer scores. So much at stake here. A global championship title. What else do you need to actually win here, Fixes? You have the confidence. You have the morale. Right now, Anuit has the momentum with him.
Yeah, he's going heavy with that momentum swinging in his favor. But what I'm interested, or what I'm rather excited about, is which deck will Anuhit put forth? Because that has been so far, I think the highlight for Anuhit, right? He's been getting all those nostalgia decks, all those fan favorite decks. He's gotten that Giant Skelly, he's gotten it in the Lava Loon. And this time around, I mean, does he go back to the roots? Does he go back to the log baits? Does he go back to the hog rider cycle? It could be anything. Or does he have something else? Let's see what is going to happen because the game is almost ready. It's about to begin.
I'd say let's not go Hog Riders anymore because so far we've seen 3 Hog Rider plays, Hog Rider decks, and none of the games have been won.
Maybe one little tweak and that could work out.
Could work out.
Because also what I felt is, Royal Hogs have been a better option, especially with the Evo that you get along with it, that you can use in your favor. So I think that's one of the reasons why people have abstained from using that. But right now, look at this. Miraz right off the get-go has the miner deployed, and there you have it, Anuhit. He's caught out the Lava Hound. And Miraz finally, a little smirk on his face. He knows what Anuhit is up to and instantly changes the direction of his attack.
The Lava Hound deck being brought up again. Minion sent forward. That minion will just lock on and try to take down any defensive play that comes in. And Lava Hound also has locked on. 2700 HP, slowly getting drained. But that hidden Tesla set up as a defensive building will be able to shut down that initial push. But a lot of damage has been found. Fixes and on both towers, both the Archer towers.
The wall breaker from Miraz's side would want to get hits individually. He did tank it, and no! The King Tower getting activated, but still the balloon dishing out a hefty amount of damage. Brought down to 1800 points. And that little zap at that just to cycle it around. It's got the Evo version of it. And now Miraz will be playing that Dark Prince from the left-hand side. A tombstone in fact, for the response from Anuhit. Should be enough to deal with that. And this time Anuhit again switches lanes. Goes towards the right, and the Lava Hound deployed over there as Miraz will respond back with a hero magic archer of his own. The wall breakers about to hit, and the multiple hits. But what he's done really well with how he positioned his baby dragon, that's going to be Anuhit, so that he won't take damage from the hero magic archer.
No doubt about it, but look at that. The baby dragon dishing out some damage on the left, whereas the Lava Hound will go on forward. Now the balloon, that tornado was not good.
Beautiful.
But look at that.
What Miraz
A play is coming in. He tried to make it happen, but again, Fixes. A fight is happening on the bottom edge, a fight is happening on the left edge, and now the miner will be pushed up forward. The Dark Prince also getting followed up, but the Barbarian Horde immediately shutting down the Dark Prince.
Yeah, but still no response for the miner, though, as he is slowly and surely chipping away that tower. It's down even further below hundreds. And now the Evo wall breakers coming in. The Tombstone at the ready will tank the damage. That's a small W for Anuhit, but Anuhit really needs to get in. All right, the Mega Hero Minion did close in. But look at this, the tower, the left-hand side tower has been destroyed. And the balloon has been put at the stop, courtesy to that tornado. I mean, the tornado has to be the MVP of this game. If somewhat, I guess, Miraz will win. But now it has come down to overtime, and Anuhit, in fact, he's got the lead right now.
Yep, Anuhit does have the lead, but he has to start making an aggressive approach. The left-hand side tower left really low. The miner still in play. I want to see when that miner is played again from Miraz. However, the Tombstone, the defensive setup, beautifully done. The Dark Prince closing in. Will be slowed down for a while. The Lava Hound also played up forward. The Barbarian Barrel will also be thrown down. But now the Lava Hound goes up forward. Defensive Tesla tower coming in. And Evo play coming in on the right as well.
Yeah. That Evo Skelly, in fact, the Evo Baby Dragon, just pushing his opponents away. That gust of wind that follows. But again, does he have the tornado? Has he not used it really? But still, now look at the damage being tanked, and the hero Mega Minion goes after the lowest HP opponent, and he did get the job almost. And now the miner deployed for Miraz. He is trying to chip down though, but once the overtime counter stops, it could be a victory for Anuhit if Miraz does not instantly retaliate back. It's a big push coming in from the right-hand side. The miner again doing the job. with the Dark Prince getting another hit, and now, wow, what a comeback from Miras's side. A miscalculation from Anuhit, and Miras punishes him for that. And you could see him elated, you could see him celebrating. Oh my goodness. What did just happen? This was a victory stolen off of Anuhit's face. And now Team Kazakhstan once again back in the lead.
Team Kazakhstan, they've snatched it off from Anuhit, from Team India. But I have to say this, Anuhit should have gone aggressive when he had the advantage. Instead, he was forced to play that defensive game because Miras was constantly hammering on the right-hand side archer tower. Well, the good news is there's still one more round which has to be won by Miras. And there is just one more chance for Anuhit to again equalize the score. And like we were all saying, push it further forward.
It's a do or die at this point. It is pretty much a do or die at this point for Anuhit. But I have to be very honest. I think the MVP of the previous game has to be how well he used his tornadoes. Even there was a small micro plays where where Anuhit had his Hero Mega Minion having a go alongside the balloon, and suddenly what Miraz did was he deployed the skeletons. Since the Hero Minion targets the lowest HP opponent, he instantly switched lanes, which actually worked in the favor for Miraz. These small little minute plays that Miraz has been making has made me personally a big fan of him. But Anuhit, he is his opponent. He has to come back with a retaliatory answer, because if he does not, then Kazakhstan is going to be taking that trophy home.
You know, it was not just Anuhit who made mistakes in the end, but Miras in between as well. He made a big, big mistake. And I believe that particular thing has been watched by Anuhit. He knows that the second tornado coming in from Miras was not apt. He tried to bait that balloon which was pushed up forward with the lava hound towards the King Tower, but unfortunately it shifted on towards the left and it did ample amount of damage on the left-hand side Archer Tower as well. We'll find out what happens in game number 3. Still the lead in favor of Miras. Anuhit, he has to make a decision as well with what the deck is going to be.
I think somewhere down the line, even if you talk mentality-wise, that is crushing, if you ask me, right? You're just on the verge of winning a game, and suddenly that right push comes in from Miras's side, to which Anuhit had no response to. He did not have spells like the Tornado to instantly somehow pull the Dark Prince, right? He just had that Tombstone at the ready. And this is a very similar deck that Anuhit did run against Wallace. But seems like having that extra one Tornado spell completely changed the game. Because right from the get-go, the moment that first balloon came, that from then on itself, I think the King Tower was activated. So extra damage was being taken by Anuhit's troops, especially with the balloon. When you have it, you do not have the lava loon to tank the damage initially. The balloon feels very squishy.
No doubt about it, that Lava Hound, well, we'll see if it could be played again, because I think it did its job. It's just that at the end part of the game, there was that one crucial mistake from Anuhit, which made Miraz quite an easy deal to steal away that victory. But we're mere seconds away from game number 3. We're mere seconds away. We're maybe minutes away to find out if Miraz will close it right here. A do or die for Anuhit. If he wins this, we move on towards the decider. If he does not win it, well, it's game over for him. He will be the runners-up, and Miraz will be crowned the champion of Global Esports Games Mumbai Clash Royale.
Fourth season, and I think the atmosphere has never been this tense. Everybody on the edge of their seats, and anything could possibly happen. Anuhit, he knows a lot on the line. He knows there's a lot of fans cheering for him. He's got that home support. Whilst Miraz, cold-blooded, absolutely a demon, who's always been on the prowl, has been a sweet assassin. And can he defeat Anuhit one more time and claim the ultimate glory? Or does Anuhit go for the reverse sweep? We have seen photo finishes, We have seen it all. We have seen that drama that did go in Miras's flavor. But did Anuhit wake up on the right side of the bed? That will be decided in the next couple of moments.
Well, Anuhit, now he has to decide whether he wants to go with, again, a mixture of the air and the ground troops, or does he focus on one particular asset? Because so far, we've seen Anuhit go massively with those ground troops. But 2 times that he used the Lava Hound and the Balloon deck, it's brought him results. It's brought him great results. But Miraz is a man who knows how to change the game even at the last second. And he did it. Miraz has to also make a decision which hero he brings up forward. I believe Miraz was one of the first players who actually made a hero play in yesterday's broadcast. And if Miraz does it, I think it'll be really great for him. But so far, Anuhit, now the pressure back again on his shoulders. Miraz quite relaxed after that victory. What do you think, Fixes? Which deck will be perfect for Anuhit to move on forward and play with?
I mean, at this point, I would love to see a lock bait. Please give me a lock bait. Make those quick cycles and get this one home. But again, no matter whatever deck you come up with, Miraz always has such spells, such cards that can do it all. We have seen him use the card cannon. We have seen him use the mortar. You can use the mortar defensively. You can use the mortar aggressively. We have seen him even go for the Goblin Miner. That is, again, one of those cards that you can use both ways. So no matter whatever you put in front of him, he's got some answers. But again, that being said, a gentle reminder is you cannot use the same deck that you have used previously. So right now, it's all about how much depth you also have when you are playing a best of 5 grand finals, right? You need to have mastered at least 5 or 6 set of decks that, yes, could win you against your opponent. So it's all about mentality at this point. It's all about who makes the less number of mistakes. He is going to be the victor.
Game number 4 for this grand finals. And this grand finals is definitely going to take a toll on any one of these teams. Anuhit almost ready. I believe Miraz already has made his choice of deck that he's going to bring up forward. But talking about Anuhit, still some last-minute calculations. It's very hard to read a player like Miraz, who has so many variations, so many variables he can actually put in front of you. Well, at this point, to be very honest, it's not looking good for Anuhit. Miraz ever so confident, having the lead again. I don't think he's going to let it slip away again.
I mean, at this point, I know Miraz, he's a player who would not want to take any risk. We know he has had this tendency to play shenanigans with his opponents. Usually we've seen him letting that first game go. This time also he did that. But then he instantly bounced back in the next 2. So this is where, Miraz, we know he's out on the hunt. But for Anuhit, it's a matter for survival. And yes, the voice in my head says that we are ready, folks, which could be the decider if Miraz gets a victory in this one, or else Anuhit can push it till the final frontier. And who comes up with what deck? Who makes that first initiation? Who gets that first tower? I think it is going to be a very close one nonetheless.
Well, we still haven't seen the Expo cycle. We still haven't seen a P.E.K.K.A bridge spam. Does any one of these players come in with that and just snatch away this round's victory?
I mean, if you talk about the Expo cycle, I think that is one of those decks that I feel like Miraz can really pull off. Because he's one of those guys, right? He loves just to play around with your heads, or tactically just deploy those troops. So, but then P.E.K.K.A, we have seen P.E.K.K.A yesterday also. But then again, it's a very, very big gamble. The moment P.E.K.K.A gets dealt with, and we have seen this, you can deal with a P.E.K.K.A with much cheaper cards. And if you have that elixir advantage, it is done. At the highest level, you cannot afford to do that. So that's a big risk. But, if it pays off, couple of hits and the tower goes kaboom.
Well, I think somebody's about to go kaboom in this game. why am I getting that gut feeling that one of these players will go completely aggressive? No defensive approach at all. Throw everything you got at me. I'm going to just play my game and walk away with the victory. Somebody ought to think it and do it, and this would be the perfect moment to do it.
So looking at the history of both these players, I think we have seen Anuhit actually being more proactive. But there have been days where there have been matches where Miraz also likes to dictate. I think so far, just breaking down both these players, Miraz is one of those guys that lets you feel like you're in control of the game. And the moment you have that false sense of hope, that is where he strikes. Hence the term assassin, right? He lets you be complacent. He lets you have that early advantage. He plays with your minds. So at this point, we've also seen yesterday in the second match where Miraz and Anuhit went up against each other. It was Miraz who went out ham, who went out aggressive right from second one. So at this point, let's see what Anuhit has in store against Miraz. Again, that build-up. Again, maybe re-evaluating their decks. And the confirmation yet to come from Anuhit's side. The admins just waiting whilst Anuhit, few weeks here and there. Let's see what happens.
Well, talking about decks again, I believe it was only once that we have witnessed the Electro Giant Lightning deck, and that game was indeed a victory for Anuhit. Do you think he cycles it back, brings it in the grand finals? Because it's a very risky deck to play with.
We have seen the EG deck yesterday, but then again, that's like I said, if he's not comfortable with that deck, then there's no point in going ahead with it. You have to ensure that this deck that you're bringing in, because so much is on the line, right? There is no second chance for Anuhit. Anuhit needs to push it to the final game. So at this point, we haven't seen him put forward the EG deck. So I am going to be holding back, but maybe in RG, if you bring in an RG, I would love for that to happen. So the hero goblins have been deployed on both the sides just to gauge the situation, know what your opponent is putting on the table, whilst Miraz does respond with a tombstone of his own. Oh, Fisherman being pulled out.
Wow.
Nice.
Again, a deck which has been used only once. But we were talking about the log bait, right?
Could be.
A
This
good
could be.
time to actually play with it, Anuhit, now that everything is on the line. But slowly
Oh,
and
the Skelly
steadily.
King.
Yeah.
He's got the Skelly King. And I think the Royal Ghost should deal with him and look at his gauge. It's filling up. So any moment the graveyard could come up, and look at this. He's been saving the best for the last, but Anuhit, he's come prepared. This time he's got a much better defensive option in that bomb tower. Should be enough to stop this push coming in from the right-hand side, but the Royal Giant having been exposed, the Rascals at the ready from the left-hand side, the balloons will hit, and the damage being done not enough as Miraz counters it with those arrows.
Miraz coming in with that aggressive playstyle, and he might just have it. 2490 HP, still remaining on the right-hand side. Archer Tower for Anuhit. But Anuhit now needs to make a play. He now has to go aggressive. Drops in the Rascals way back behind the King Tower. Gives him more than enough time to put any support cards along with the Rascals. We'll see what happens, but the Zappies will counter that play immediately. Fisherman just hooks him forward towards him, and that's it. That push completely stopped.
Look at this. Now the elixirs have been doubled. This is where we're going to see that fast influx of ability spamming from Anuhit's side. His deck costing slightly lesser, but now Skelly King, he's got that avenue. And we did see Anuhit did leak away 2 of his elixirs. That rocket being bought out, but still not enough to take down the Skelly King. But from the RG from the right-hand side, ooh, that was a nice hook from the Fisherman. And now the Royal Giant will have done a little bit of extra few damage, but now look at this constant poke from Anuhit's side, but to no avail. He's not able to touch the tower, but this rocket, can he make that connection? Yes, he does. And I think I must say this did come in Anuhit's favor.
Yeah, Anuhit might have just won it. Very low HP difference still remaining. 24-52, 24-14. And the arrows will probably get the job done. Overtime. Now Anuhit is in trouble. HP, a lot of it, 300 difference already has been made on the lowest HP towers. The Zappies again cycle forward. The Royal Coast. Evo ready now to be played. Dart Goblin and Rascals played in the same side just to shut down that Skelly King.
Absolutely, the Skelly King should be dealt with, but no. No, that's not the case. Still alive though. The bomb tower at the ready. I mean, this was a good idea. And especially with the Evo Magician from the right-hand side. That is going to be an interesting take. Of course, the shield has been broken and the Rascals, they're enough to deal with it. Of course, those arrows coming in, just helping Miraz in this situation. As now the Evo Skelly balloons will be soaring through, but then still Miraz just too good with his defense down to the last minute. And Anuhit is still holding on to that rocket. Do not forget about that. He is still waiting for the final few moments and he might make that last hit. And Anuhit knows that. All he's got to do is make that defense, keep that rocket at the cycle, keep enough elixirs ready.
The bomb tower is also ready to be placed. Anytime he feels threatened, he can just place it. 30 more seconds to go. Now the right-hand side will be pressurized. The Evo Magician brought in, and the RG as well. The Evo RG going to create a lot of problems there. A defensive push has to be made, but look at that tower on the left. Look at that. Anuhit has it. He will equalize the scores again. 2-2 as we move on forward towards the decider, towards the 5th round of this amazing grand finals.
What a match it was. Miraz absolutely getting tunnel vision, committed everything for that push on the right-hand side. Whilst Anuhit, we knew this, right? He was running a low elixir deck and took advantage of that. And suddenly, we knew he had that rocket in store. And that is exactly what Miraz was even thinking. But little did he know that push from the left would be enough to seal it home, to push it right to the precipice of the mountain. And now, one game separates these two young gentlemen from ultimate glory, Captain. Anything could possibly happen.
You know, it was a lock bait deck, but what happened was it ultimately became a rocket bait deck. And that is exactly where Miraz was out-thought. He was outplayed. And like you mentioned, that tunnel vision focusing completely on the right-hand side, it cost him the round. Does it cost him the championship title as well?
Oh, that's a very difficult question, because this is where, for the first time, I've noticed Miraz feeling the heat. This is the first time I see that doubt creeping inside his head. Whilst for Anuhit, he has now turned stone cold. He has now finally known that yes, even Miraz can be bested. So far, in today's matchups from the 3 games that we have seen so far, Anuhit, he's managed to win 2 games, and Miraz has just won 1. So at this point, anything could potentially happen. It's all about that last deck. It's all about which player makes the least amount of mistakes. Of course, the tensions are heavy at this point, because both these players are contemplating on what deck they must go with next. I'm starting to fathom what will come out. What will come out?
We'll find out what comes out. But you know what fixes another thought that is bothering me is what will happen if again Anuhit takes his time for a long, long stretch. Because remember the previous game, it took a while to actually get into the arena. And Anuhit put a lot of thoughts in that deck.
Yeah.
The result was in his favor. Anuhit now, he looks almost ready. I believe this is the moment he was planning for. That maybe if it goes to the decider, and then I need to just play my best game. So he already had one particular deck ready. That all right,
Yeah.
if it goes to a decider, I just move on with it. And we have the moment in front of us.
Is he saving a mystery deck for the last? I'm pretty sure the moment he came in for the finale, He might have 3 of his decks at the ready. So I think at this point, again, a gentle reminder for all our viewers. Yesterday it was a very similar situation, but Miraz did have the last laugh in that final game. It went down to the wire. That's something that you already witnessed in the match where Wallace lost to Anuit. It was again another one of those photo finish, that fireball making all that difference. But today, Anuit cannot leave it to chance. He's got to do whatever it takes to ensure this trophy is staying home with him. It's not going out of the country. And Anuit, representing Team India, we're already so proud of him. But all he needs to do is win the next game.
I mean, if he's hearing us, he's probably feeling that pressure that already is there. Playing in front of the home crowd, that I think gives you an advantage as well as that pressure. What if I lose in front of the home crowd? What if I can't get my country's name? And when you are representing not just yourself or your playstyle or your skills, it's a country's name, it's a country's flag attached to you. That is something even I haven't felt.
There will be lingering doubts. Of course you haven't felt because you've never made it to the stage. But
No
again, that's called the champion's mentality, right? You cannot let those thoughts seep in. You cannot let those negative thoughts right now. You will have to have that positive fortitude, right? And at this point, Anuhit needs to believe in himself and on his deck. I'm pretty sure he knows it. I'm pretty sure he's got that crowd support as well. Just that one game, one last game. And he's played that deck maybe 1,000 times, even more than that. All he's got to do is have the perfect read of what Miraz is doing. Miraz, so far, ladies and gentlemen, in this arena, has had an unbeatable run. He has been winning all his matches. And can the final boss be beaten by this young prodigal son? Can he do it? Can he get the crown home? And can he make the Indians proud of him? He's already done that. But again, a trophy in his name, a trophy for India, I think that would be the perfect ending for Anuhit's story.
Well, we are at the pinnacle of Clash Royale in this arena at the Global Esports Games Mumbai, and probably 5 to max 6 minutes away in finding out who the absolute best is. A decider, a grand finals getting pushed to all 5 rounds being played right here on stage. Anuhit having the disadvantage in the grand finals, not having that first round victory. Well, if you put it the other way, Miraz had the advantage and still Anuhit just snatched it away from him, equalized it once, and it was snatched back from him again equalizing it, and now...
You know what? Sometimes I really feel like we are living in Miraz's genjutsu. He always lets us have this feeling, right? Where he kind of has it like, yeah, maybe you can defeat me. He lets you have that false sense of hope. Like I've always mentioned, he loves to play with the heads of his opponents. This could, again, be one of Miraz's antiques, where he's like, all right, you think you're going to win. It's the final game. I've been in this situation multiple times because Miraz, he's not had clean runs, right? It's always been majorly 2-1s, right? And this is, again, one of those decider where Miraz has held on to his composure a lot better than what Anuhit has. But what Anuhit has just recently pulled off against Wallace through that lower bracket, I think it is 50-50. It is literally anybody's game to lose, like I've said.
It's very hard. I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible to predict who's going to win it. There's no way on
One thing I'm
earth.
sure it's going to be a photo finish.
Yeah, has to be. It has to be. Well, you want to see, well, in your personal opinion, Fixes, you want to see a dominating photo finish, or you want to see a very, very close? I mean, how close can you get than when you're having a one-pointer again? All right, we'll have it. But on that note, I think the closest that you can get is if both of your archer towers are on equal HP, and again, there's 1 point creating the difference, which hasn't happened yet.
I want to see somebody do some crazy stuff over here.
Okay.
We know both these players, they are the best in the arena, right? I want to see somebody do the unthinkable and clinch this trophy home with style. Because imagine, we did want the giant skelly deck, we got it. We did also get the lock bait. And who knows, a Pekka beatdown could be on its way. That would be absurd. That would be absolute monstrosity. But we've also seen the Electro Giants. On that note, folks, make your predictions for the ones in the arena. Please cheer up for homeboy Anuhit as he's almost on the verge of creating history. Or is it going to be the winner bracket champion Miraz taking this home? And an Evo Valkyrie who's yet to evolve has been put forth, but Anuhit, going back to roots, has gone with the Mega Knight alongside the Bomber.
The Mega Knight has found him value. Well, the next time it's cycle forward, it will have the revolution. But a hero again being played by Anuhit. We'll see how much value this hero brings in favor of him. Snowball, Miraz going back to his comfort as well.
Look at this. Miraz has already leaked out on 4 elixir points. Slight advantage for Anuhit as he goes up with the Ram Rider. A furnace for the response. And now he's also got the Golden Knight at the ready. Is he gonna use his scale? That's the big ask, but look at this. The Ram Rider goes for the hit. And this is something that Miraz did not see coming. And does he have enough troops for the defense? But look at this. Instantly switches lanes. Gets the graveyard up, but now that hero Mega Minion getting the job done. Oh my god, couple of hits on that. And even the furnace. Oh, now Anuhit on the back step.
Let's see for how long. Less than 1500 HP remaining on the left-hand side tower. We've always seen this tower getting pressurized over and over again by Miraz. Again, the Mega Knight will be put up forward. Evolution in the ready. Double Elixir in play. Does he play the Evo now or later? We're going to find out. But Ram Rider at the ready as well. Will be sent up forward. But the defensive structure and a beautiful, beautiful lightning to clear up that Goblin Hut as the Mega Knight demolishes that tower. But no, not yet. 674 HP. The value, though, has been immense.
And of course, he can cycle that lightning strike. Now, all he's got to do is hold on for 30 seconds and get the lightning spell once into the cycle. And that could be it. But Miraz, he is 1-4, not to be messed with. We have seen him. He did bait that graveyard on towards the right-hand side, but this could be anything going on as the Mega Knight out once again. And there you have it, that lightning strike, and Anuhit knows he's just 5 seconds away from ultimate glory, whilst Miraz still in shock of what has happened as the trophy comes home. And it stays where it is as Anuhit has bagged this home for India and is your ultimate champion of the Clash Royale event. Take a bow, young man.
What an amazing way to close up this game. An incredible player. Completing that revenge. Lifting the nation's flag high. Having the fan support at all moments. And Anuhit, congratulations once again.
Pure goosebumps is what I'm going through right now. It's a flurry of emotions and we are pretty much out of words. And let's have a quick chat with the champion himself. So over to you, Ocean.
Anuhit, this was an incredible, incredible tournament altogether. I mean, huge kudos to Kazakhstan as well. Nice try, but it did fell a bit short for you yesterday. Yesterday, you were taken down to the lower brackets. From there, climbing up, what went on with you and the team, your coach and analysts and all, yesterday that you are here right now with the win under your name?
So we were practicing yesterday all night. That's it.
That's all. But was there any words of wisdom or anything that was told to you from your team or something? Like, what were the mistakes that you were doing that you needed to focus on?
I mean, well,
Like anything that went wrong yesterday, and that the things that you have changed today.
I was unlucky yesterday. I was just unlucky yesterday. 2 times. That's all.
Okay. Okay. No worries. Bro, I would really want to talk to you as well. First things first, you had a round advantage, right, when you started. But slowly and steadily, once it's your game, then it's his game, it's your game, it's his game. How was finals pressure different from the other days for you?
It will be easy, I think. It's not hard. I have no pressure here, so I'm practicing a lot, and it's my coach's work also. So that's why I'm here, going to the finals. Top two also good, I think. So it's really good for me. It's a really good result for me. It's my first LAN event.
And Anuhit, I do want to ask you one last question though. Clash Royale, it has a very brilliant community throughout the globe. In India, when we talk about it, the community is there. It's kind of quietly, smaller community as compared to the world. What does this win mean to you and to the community in India as you are here at Global Esports Games, Mumbai?
I mean, like, it's the first time, right? LAN happening in India. I mean, it feels great. Right? That's all.
No worries. I mean, all the very best. Congratulations, first things first. You have had your win, you have had your chance, and you showcased it very, very brilliantly. Nice try from your side as well. It was an amazing game. Once again, guys, huge round of applause for these two finalists, and they were just so amazing. But for now, let's get back to our amazing casters for post-match analysis.
I mean, I don't know what to analyze right now. It's already settled. India's back the trophy. I think that's the victory I'm going to take. My chest already pumping with pride. This is what we wanted, right? This event was held in India for the first time, and one of those trophies have already come home. I don't think this gets anything bigger and better than that. I mean, what do we talk about analysis in this one? Well, it was all about Anuhit absolutely stomping his opposition.
It's so poetic, right? Anuhit in front of the home crowd, in front of the host nation, winning it once and for all. That is just so very poetic. But moving on, talking about Anuhit's play style and the run in the tournament, I think that is something that we need to share with the audience who have just tuned in. You know, Anuhit, I believe Anuhit is a man of many colors. There's no doubt about it, right? But that never give up attitude, which we were talking about Miras, I think that attitude is there in Anuhit as well. He waited for the perfect timing to bring that out, and look at what he's done. He did not have the advantage. He just had to win. He had to win 3 games out of 4 being played, and the man has done it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was a decider match, and he did it. He pulled it off in style. And a man of lesser words was shy. I think, even for Miras also, he did come out and vocally say that it was his first LAN event. So he's going to take that experience from that. But what a amazing run he's had, right? Completely unbeaten throughout the entire tournament. And to go down like this does, hurt for him. But again, for Anuhit, this time, I think he was saving up the best for the last. I mean, the way he used that lightning spell. The moment he caught that lightning spell where he got those 3 troops, right, from the left-hand side, I felt like the match was sealed, because that is where he got the major elixir advantage. And even Miras, I could see him on the camera. He was even shocked. He did not see that lightning strike coming. And towards the end, when it was those 30 seconds remaining, Anuhit did save that lightning spell in his cycle, dropped it down, and got this one home.
Beautiful job done in it. And I think we've definitely seen a change in pace compared to the last 3 games. I mean, it's a total change in pace if you look at the history of Miras. Miras, we've seen him, he always makes those late plays. But this time, he actually decided, you know what, I'm going to start things off. He started off really strong, but ultimately, Anuhit was crazy. But you know what? We are not done yet for the day fixes.
Yeah, we are still not done yet, because we're done with the Clash Royale event, after which Dota 2 will be following. But before that, folks, a short little break.
All right, I mean, we have seen a royal clash brewing up here. Just a couple of minutes before, we saw Team India dominate in Clash Royale. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls all around the world, welcome once again after a very short break to Global Esports Games Mumbai. And these are the times where after a very royal clash, we're going to see the ancients rise up and defend their towers. Yes, it is finally time for the finale of one incredible game, Dota 2. We saw it start in day one with some amazing games, and now we're out here just 3 or 4 games away from a team that dominates out here as well. In the competition of Dota 2, there were so many names that started off on a high note, but now only 2 remain. And it's time to bring our first contender on the stage. Please welcome Team Mongolia. And now, that one team that has had their own shares of ups and ups and ups, and that is the reason they are already qualified for the finale before any other team. Now, it's time to dominate and decimate the opponents. But will they be able to do it? That is one question that remains. Please welcome Team Turkey. This is where we're going to see Dota 2 at its finest for one final time. They're going to be a best of 5, and in this, we'll have to see and understand which team comes out on the top. 2 brilliant names, 2 brilliant teams, and I would just wish you and you all the very best for this incredible finale. You guys may take your seats. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be an exciting, exciting battle. And I'm pretty sure people out here, they're excited for this one as well. But every story needs storytellers. And those storytellers will be ready with some amazing insights of their own. I'm pretty sure Krat and Rohan, they're really, really excited for this one. Hi, you guys. Well, over to you.
Thanks, Ocean. The final debate is over, and now it's time for some good Dota. I am Rohan, with me Krat, and we gonna enjoy the day. Krat, do you remember we just started with 7 different teams with 7 different nations? Now we are just left with 2 teams. What do you think? What is going to be happening today?
No doubt it will be really amazing, intense competition we are going to witness. 'Cause as you said, we started the journey with 7 nations, 7 teams representing their nations. Now we just are left with only 1 match, 2 teams. And in the end, we'll get the champion. You know, we just witnessed the home team, India, win the Clash Royale thing. Now I want, unfortunately, in the lower brackets, India Dota team got eliminated. But yes, I'm rooting for good Dota. Not Turkey, nor Mongolia. The team who plays the better Dota, I'm going to root them all.
Oh, 1 series, 1 winner, 1 champion. Who's going to lift that trophy? That's the question. Both teams already have faced each other in the upper bracket final. And now it's the time. Can Team Mongolia take their revenge against Turkey?
That's interesting part because in the earlier run of the tournament, they faced each other and Turkey kind of dominated. Although the second favorite team out of the 7 is Mongolia. But this is a perfect time for Team Mongolia to step it up, to get that redemption arc, because it really matters when, you need to attack when it hurts the most. And this is a perfect time. This is a best of 5 battle in which Team Turkey have 1 map advantage. So Mongolia, they have to go all in 3-0, 3-1 if they want to back that finale battle.
Whoa. One more thing I want to just add.
Yeah.
Team Turkey already have upper hand because they are in 1-0 lead against Mongolia.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to see the draft. Because like we have already 2 days and we witnessed most like important and enjoyment with some Dota. But draft is important.
It's always, in a MOBA game, in Dota 2 or any other mobile multiplayer online battle arena game, draft is a phase where you set your foot right. The moment if you screw your draft a little bit, it will totally reflect in the game, in the lane phase, in the transition, and it can even affect the result also. So it's a grand finals. They can never, screw it now. They have to be spotless, flawless at any cost. One single mistake, the grass, the chances of getting that trophy, that bragging rights, will be getting loose.
All are in high stakes. I want to see Jakiro. 11, what he is going to play with. But now, let's check out the
That
bracket.
demand. Now,
Yeah.
our desk coach Rohan is very blunt about the thing that he needs to see Jakiro. So sooner or later, we'll be going for that.
Yeah,
As a
sure.
producer, I love my producer, Mr. Panda. He's OP, but these are the brackets. Upper bracket, lower bracket. Right now, we are in the grand finals. Unfortunate, my heart was broken in the lower bracket where India lost with Mongolia. But India, as we are the hosting nation, I was totally surprised. I've been in esports since a very long time. I've never seen any sport game. Recently we started dominating, but the kind of statement Indian Dota, explained here was something to count for. And I'm very happy that they are learning, they're improving, they are adapting, and they're moving in a very good direction.
Oh, I can feel the pressure in the air. Like every single player, they are ready. They are ready for some good action. 4 matches. Like 4 only matches we're going to witness today. And this is the last day. And the trophy is going with some team. Like, who's the team? Like, who's going to pick the team?
No, so what are the chances? What do you
Wow.
think? Because it gets very obvious that everybody would be, they will be picking Turkey as they are coming from the upper brackets. They have a one map advantage. But it's a basic human tendency. We love to support underdogs. The team having the less chances, we want them to win. Then only we can expect the audience, the people sitting here, 100 of people are here in the arena, they will go bonkers. That, the Mongolia is doing good Dota. And I want to go to the last game. The last game, overtime, some 50, 60 minutes per game. And everything is important. One wrong mistake, trophy is gone. I want that kind of excitement.
Yeah, I'm also looking for the same. But Team Turkey is undefeated in series, like throughout the tournament. But Team Mongolia, they just came from the lower bracket final. And now it's time to take the revenge because they already played against each other and they know how they play, like how Team Turkey play.
Rohan, it's a potato thing.
Yeah.
Team Turkey knows how to counter the team. Mongolia know how Australia like to settle up, adapt, and move forward. It doesn't matter. End of the day, both teams must have done some homework. The only problem is, few hours back, Team Mongolia faced Team India in a very close battle, where Krish and ANZ, they were bonkers. They tried the level best. Unfortunately, it was not enough. They had to take the defeat and got eliminated. So Mongolia already spent almost 4 or 5 hours already in the Dota. So they can be a little exhausted. That's the main concern here. And where, if you talk about Turkey, they must be fresh. This is the very first game of the day. And they can come with the approach or maybe the defaults or the homework they have done. And I hope the endurance, the resilience, I want to see Mongolia should be the first team to demonstrate it.
That one more thing, I was just thinking that Team Mongolia was playing against India. And they have won. They have the momentum. Is there any chance they have the momentum?
Everything has some pros and cons. Cons is that they may be exhausted. Pros is that they must carry that momentum. And sometimes momentum is so strong, your level of, your maybe level of performance or maybe your thought of process, your decision making is so enhanced. And just in the momentum, you go for the decision. You don't double thought yourself. You just do it. And sometimes you get the results. And once you start getting results, you're used to this. And you start giving your everything without, doubting. So maybe not. And we can't know until it's happening. It's done. Team Turkey is no doubt the favorites. Odds are still 60-40, 70-30, but I will not count out Mongolia because, this nation, they're built for the comeback. They're built for the retaliation. And I'm 101% sure in the Global Esports Game Grand Finals, they will give everything they have to be in the contention.
Exactly, there is nothing to lose, but there is one thing to win. That's the trophy. But Kat, I already told you I want to see Jackiro. In this series, what is the hero you want to look at and we want to watch?
We didn't see much experimental picks in the group stages or maybe league stage upper bracket rounds. Most of the teams are sticking with the basic draft and meta picks. So as you said, you want to see Jackiro.
Yeah.
I want to see maybe Kez in the tribute of Krish. Krish is the only one who played Kez,
Yeah.
and he played a mid Kez against a puck. That's not easy at all, and he kind of owned it. So I want to see Kez, if you can give me. Because these are the characters, they may not fit perfectly in the meta, but they are very close to my heart. That's why I'm saying the names. Second is Anti-Mage. Anti-Mage is all my favorite, all-time favorite. I don't care. If I even having little fever, I'll still play Anti-Mage. Because it's a therapy for me. Getting those, Battle Fury creeps and the creeps. I want at least 500 creeps in a game whenever I'm playing Anti-Mage. So these are the heroes. Or if you want to surprise me all, give me a Faceless Void.
Or
Faceless Voids provide so much excitement, so much curiosity that not any other Asia or hero can bring on the table.
Obviously, Faceless Void had the game-changing ultimate. That's a Chrono.
Chrono.
And Chrono
Okay,
can be very deadly.
Game change. If you're just talking about the game-changing ultimate, the number one, with the few ultimates, give me a Eco Slam combo, give me a reverse polarity
Black
combo,
hole.
give me a black hole combo.
Yeah.
There's so many things that we can still count for. But draft phase is on, boys. So without wasting any time, let's dive into the draft phase. This is the very first game. It's a humble reminder to everyone. Guys, this is a best of 5 battle in which Turkey came in from the upper brackets and they have a 1 map advantage. So if they manage to win first and the second game, the grand final is over, we will be crowning the champion Team Turkey. But if Mongolia wants to win, they need to take at least 3 games out of the 4 matches.
Whoa.
If you still have any questions, you write it on the chat. Our YouTube moderators and every social moderators are there to answer your queries.
There are multiple pick already happened, and we can see the Jackiro. And
Oh, Jackiro, Sabka Hero.
Yeah.
The thing we say in India, that Jackiro, Sabka Hero, it's such a basic hero.
Yeah.
That skill tier you need to play as hero is decent enough. You can have that fast grab, but depends how you position yourself. But Largo, I think this is the second time.
Yeah.
Usually we see Largo in the ban phase. But if an amount of matches we both casted, this is the second time we have seen Largo in the pick phase. If I'm not wrong, but yeah, they replied with a Tiny, Warlock, SF, Jackiro. These are the heroes, though, they always get picked in, in the recent games.
One more pick is going to be happen from the side of Mongolia. But I was thinking, what is going to pick for 11? 11 is the captain for Team Mongolia, and last day, I remember, he was playing with Kyopi. But now, they already have picked Mars and Bounty Hunter. We're gonna see some golds. The Stealer.
The bounty means momentum.
Yeah.
Simply momentum and unannounced attacks and the magical things. Because once you get level 6, you get track, you earn extra gold for yourself and little extra gold for your team.
Yeah.
But bounty is the player, the only condition the bounty works in a team is that you are on a roll. You are snowballing since the start. Then only you get that, that extra money control. If your team start taking a hit, you started playing little passive, then bounty is the most fragile hero. Because like the escape it has, 1 stun, 1 disable is enough. It's a squishy hero, a couple of stuns, couple of disables. This hero is back to the pavilion. Later on, then this hero becomes a liability.
Yeah.
But it depends a lot. It literally. But as we can see, the draft Jackiro is going to be player position 5. Bounty will be position 4, SF1, and Mars is off lane. Now, Team Mongolia is looking for their core 2. They're looking for a mid player. what kind of mid they should pick. They have a good physical damage. They have something. They have Arena. They have Mars. Counter initiation. Both parts are decent enough. Keeper of the Light Turkey. We have seen Keeper playing mid also. So we have our thinking doors open still. But what kind of mid they will pick, Team Mongolia? What do you think?
Oh,
Are
that's
they
a
going to
tricky
pick a
question.
flashy hero, maybe Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, or they will take something like Knights or maybe Puck, a player maybe who's good for utility? What do you think?
Oh,
You are good with production, I know.
Mongolia actually can go with Puck, but Puck is a squeezy. So they need something damageful. Also, that hero should tanky as well. I feel Storm is a good choice. Other than Storm, they can also go with Sniper because Sniper have the good range. And other side, we can see Team Turkey. They are looking for one hero. I, I feel Ursa game in this matchup for Team Turkey. They can go with Ursa. Oh, let's see what's going to be banned from this side of Team Turkey. They are looking a mid hero and Stoic. Last day, I still remember Stoic was my favorite because he played very well with his team, for his team. But now it's another time to step up. Ooh, I can see Void Spirit also a good option. What do you think?
Void Spirit, oh no, no doubt, Void is a fantastic mid with the mobility, with the burst damage it has. It can happen, but one thing is sure that you are very good with prediction. If you are saying Void, now even I'm thinking that it can be Void because that day when you guessed Tide Hunter, I was literally shook. Maybe you have your own clarification, but I was very impressed that how you managed to exactly because the way you were saying, no, Krat, see, wait. They will pick Tide Hunter. The moment you pointed the finger towards the monitor, and it was Tide Hunter. And I was like, dude, maybe somebody from production is telling you, but you had a crazy, that thing. But Sladar and Arsa, they got banned. Templar, the people have been using. It's always mid hero. Recently, people started playing as a core because of its snowballing thing. Razor. Okay, we have already discussed the draft for the team Mongolia. Let's give a thought for the team Turkey. Largo is a support. Or maybe you
Oh,
can ask like, off lane.
Offlane.
What do you think?
We
Off lane?
already have seen Largo offlane in this series. Okay, Swain coming from Team
It's
Turkey.
not Sven. It's
We
Virat
can say,
Kohli.
yeah, we can say that.
Once you press that R button and that Swan becomes little red,
Yeah.
it is Virat Kohli.
Okay.
Back to back.
On the other side, we can see Husker.
I hate Husker. Husker is slow tier.
Husker is very annoying in lane.
It's annoying. It's super
Yeah.
annoying. And people don't enjoy games if you're facing Husker or Visage or Meepo because, no. But at the end of the day, it's a grand final matchup and no one will lose in a single chance. If they want to take it, they will take it and they will clinch that glory for themselves and for the nation. But our players, boys, everyone said that more the communication should be liquid, it should be transparent, so that everything happening, just tell your teammate, maybe Igel has something better to offer and they can solve your problem.
Oh, Team Mongolia. I feel Team Mongolia can like make good map presence. Also, they can go for early game because they have Husker. They like have Mars, Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter can like steal their gold, also steal their XP if anyone is farming in the NC. But other side, Swain is the solo hitter from Team Turkey. Team Turkey have to think how they gonna start the fight. Obviously, they have Tiny that can avalanche toss towards their 7. Swain can like use his stun to hit and
Rohan.
keep it of the light.
Too much technical things you are talking about.
Yeah.
Let's make it fun for the audience. Let's, I think I should not use such words, but we will try to guess who will win. I will not take the prototype name, a basic universal name. But what do you think? Mongolia versus Team Turkey, and you have seen the draft for the both team. Which team's draft looks promising, and you want to invest your confidence, your emotions with that team?
Team Mongolia have good hit damage, and other side Team Turkey have spell damage. Also, because of Swain, they also have hit damage. So I feel Team Turkey's pick is
Just take the name,
good.
please. Don't give me this. Oh, you,
Okay, I'll go with Team Mongolia.
Even I was planning to take Team Mongolia because of one agent, that one hero, that is Askar. Because if Husker gets out of the hand, the draft Mongolia have, Team Turkey have, they can't counter this Husker. The only valid chance, valid part is if the Swin gets fat with that God strength, maybe few shots and Husker will be taken down. Else, it's hard to even think of it. But big names are here. Team Turkey is one of the highest rated teams in their region. And they have been really good since the start of the tournament. They have been undefeated. They have been playing really good Dota. And it's high time. It's a final day. It's a final moment. If they don't screw this time, I don't think they will regret it. They will be undisputed, undefeated champion.
Whoa. See, I feel the one item can stop the swing.
Husker, that is Heaven's Helbert. Okay, I get it. That's a nice item. But what do you think? If okay, I totally get it. That's a very nice thought that you thought all of yourself because of this Heaven's Helbert. But I want to ask Rohan, you know when Husker gets out of hand, you don't get time to farm.
Yeah.
Heaven's Helbert is a 4,000 gold item almost. What do you think? Who will be making that Heaven's Helbert? Mid, offlane or carry?
Offlane.
Offlane, Largo.
No. Yeah, no, not Largo. Other side, Mars also can go for that. Largo also can go for that. But
No.
before that, Largo needs the safe chair. Largo needs the safe chair for the team. But GTI is blocking the mid creep. GTI is going mid with Tiny. Okay, we thought the Cottle is mid, but no. The Tiny is going mid against the Husker. And this is not going to be that easy because the range Tiny have is very low.
I'm already very scared for this Tiny because
Yeah.
you know, I have some friends in League Ops too. They were telling that these teams who are playing really good, the way Mongolia played against India, he said some top-notch Dota he witnessed. So, no, as you said, I'm worried about this Tiny. Well, Husker is somebody who just give you lot of chip damage in the early stage. Once game touches around 10-15 minutes, Husker is unbearable. One life break and few fiery arrows, you are either off to base or you're walking towards base.
Whoa, Tiny. Like, this is very hard for Tiny. Husker is already like creating the pressure in mid lane for Tiny. But
Usually,
Sugimoto,
you know, Rohan, usually stones,
yeah.
they're not good conductors, you know. The bad conductors of fire. But in this scenario, Husker doesn't care. It makes everything the good conductor.
Chiquido is pretty low in the other lane. We're in the bottom. Levin also trying some farm. Currently, he have 7 soap. But that Cheesy's first kill is giving too much of damage to this SF.
A lot of, I would say, responsibility, pressure, burden is on Mar's side. We can see that SF is not doing great. Dyers are putting a lot of pressure on the duo in the bottom lane. If Mars get a nice lane phase, he can move forward.
Whoa. Team Turkey, they do have good lanes other side. But other than that, like I feel Husker is going to dominate this mate. He have the upper hand. You can see the Tiny. Tiny is trying to like steal that wave towards him to save position. Let's see what's going to be happen. The Avalanche giving some damage. And his target was the creep wave. And he is taking with him.
He's trying his best, but this is a sooner time. If you talk about the last in nice, Largo and Husker, they're almost tied. But if one is off and one is mid. Mars and Tiny stacking with 10-11 creeps. Suddenly Husker taking a lead with 14 creeps. Even Jakiro's not able to harass exactly. And finally, after a lot of harassment, Bounty Hunter has been taken out by Stoic. Surprising part is, this, oh my god, he is literally escorting Tiny to the base. And it's all about the time. Maybe that burn damage would be enough. And yes, it is. Husker, the mid from the Mongolia, is giving the mid from the Turkey a tough time, surely.
Wow. I feel Tiny have to think something early. because this is not delayed. Oh, the blood grenade connects well. GZ is trying to give some right clicks to the Jakido. Both of the Turkey player is pretty low in this bottom lane. They have to like regain their health. One can go for the base, but you can see the fire breath. Oh, Jakido. Now it's good time to get a kill, but Cartel have good movement speed now.
Rohan, this
Yeah.
is not a good news for, SF and the Jakido. No doubt, Husker is doing a good job at the only lane where Team Turkey is getting behind.
1-2 is the scoreline for now. There's not much difference in net worth. Both team, okay, that's a good toss. There's a support coming from Team Mongolia, Bounty Hunter. Tiny is in danger. One more TP. Stoic is here to help GTI, but GTI surviving is not going to be that easy. He is burning. Stoic is the next one. This Husker is going unstoppable. It's a double kill for him. He have started
They wanted to
his
stop
domination.
him. And as we were discussing in the pre-segment too,
Yeah.
that once Husker gets out of hand, now let's see who will make that Heaven's Helmet. Because this Husker will make sure that in every lane, he goes in and makes some disturbance. This Husker will not let anyone farm. Already they're pushing all the Dyers back to the bases. And let me remind you, Rohan, it's Team Mongolia who is one map behind. Team Turkey have a one map advantage. And the start they wanted, I'm sorry, they didn't get it.
Whoa. You can see the last hit as well. SF is not having a good day. Because this Keeper of the Light is harassing him with his abilities multiple times. Loses some rays to get some last hits, but still, you have to be careful. The leak. Oh, Stoic. There's no issue. Jakido can easily survive from this. But 3 heroes in the bottom lane. I guess they are looking for something they can go for, but Bounty is also nearby to help their team. Other side 7 is trying to get some farm. Mars is also having solo lane. He is getting good amount of XP.
And the good part is, there's nobody from the Dyers in the safe lane. It means Mars can have a solo lane with good amount of farm, XP, and Mars can level up, Mars can scale up. But the problem is Bounty is level 2. That Bounty is just good as an observer ward. It's giving just information, but I don't think in any scenario, Jakido is going to make it live out of it. It was a nice prepared gank, but the moment you feel that something is going wrong, Husker at center, making things right. Sven will be going towards tier 2, obviously. But it depends. Is he going directly to the base or the creeps? Maybe Bounty is kind of reading it good. No, it's not. Sven, directly to the base. It's a wise decision.
Yeah.
If he had been there, Bounty could have taken more HP and you never know. They could have gotten a kill too.
That I already told you in the draft phase, like this Bounty Hunter is going to be pain for the farmer of Team Turkey. Jakido is now trying to stack some creeps here. It's 7 minutes mark. Oh, the Tiny. This is very bad for Tiny. This is the 4th time, I guess. Oh, they have to think. They have to think for their mid. They are not having a good lane in middle. Also, the off lane is not good. Dingo is now uses his God Strength to get farm as soon as possible. Because he knew laning is not good, mid is not going as they wanted. But still, he can farm for his team to create some space for his own. Team Turkey. Largo, what is Largo doing currently? Largo is also suffering, but still he have 46 last hit for now. But Husker, he is going to be like insane. He is like
Rohan.
whoa. I have no words actually.
Okay, so Radiant mid and
Yeah.
Radiant off lane. They're doing a fantastic job, both leading the last hit and deny center. Dyer carry and Dyer offline is doing decent, but I'm worried about Tiny. Tiny is literally half 50 creeps for the offlane, 28 creeps for the Tiny. Tiny needs to change skill a little bit. Instead of getting 3 gap, I would say he go for the avalanche and toss, and so that you can flash farm. And if it's necessary, go for arcane boots or maybe ask your team to get those arcane boots for you, so that you can spam those skills and move ahead.
Vitar also doing farm using his proc stomp. 4K network lead already. It's not even 10 minutes. Team Mongolia having good start. Although Turkey have one lead, one game lead. Stoic is also doing some stack for his team. This is good for Swain actually. Swain can get this stack easily and buy some items. But Tsukimoto have the information. He can go for the Largo, but Largo is using Solve. Husker is here. He is coming. He is not solo here. Bounty, you are down, but still Husker is going to give some good damage. That's it. Deployed as a golem. Husker toggling the armlet and trying to give damage. He's still surviving. And oh! This Blood of Arena wasn't time, but still, Waiter. One more right click. Can be okay. He's still surviving. Jakido was late here, but Mars and Jakido both have to get back because they already lose their 2 heroes here.
It was a good fight, and I'm surprised at how Husker was not able to get the Largo frag. Largo was tanky. Largo was literally tanking that so much HP, and with that Warlock heal, he able to survive that gank. But this was a big, very, oh my god, that rune steal, but still Tiny.
Awesome.
That was a gutsy play. That Janada from the invisibility, stunning that Tiny fall a little bit, but he has been tracked. He can monitor every possible movement, but that Illuminate, hitting 2 people. Husker was hiding in the bushes, hiding in the jungle. He got spotted. They cleared out the lane, but they want to fight so bad. There's a spike moment. You know that Husker gets level 6, he gets few items and he's very powerful at that moment. So this is that perfect time. 11 minutes, Husker is unbeatable, and Team Mongolia wants to take whatsoever big lead for them. Because after 10 minutes, this Husker won't be holding that same impact, which impact he's holding right now. Bediers, they're all set. They are just focusing on one thing. Kheti, agriculture, farming. They're stacking every possible camp, going for the Sven, so that Sven, with that cleave, can flash farm and get those items quickly.
Yeah, Husker is looking for Shangani Yasha. After that, he will be insane for sure. And he is also creating like good amount of space for SF to get his farm complete. Other side, Swain is also suffering. You can see the network chart. He is like below the SF. It's still okay for now, but it's 11 minutes. You have to do something. Your mid also failed. Oh. Cartel. 5-4, 3K network lead. They are trying to close the gap as soon as possible. Team Turkey last time, they have good battle against the Mongolia. They got 2 frags, but now they are just like creating the game for Swain, I think. They're just waiting to Swain to get back with his blink, and God strength is enough to give good amount of damage to Team Mongolia.
Oh. Suddenly the game momentum has been really confusingly slow. Both teams are focusing on the farm, but I don't think it's necessary. It's important. It's not that important for the Radiants, because they need momentum to win. Where Team Turkey, they can do it. They can root for the late game stage where they have they have Storm, they have Sven, but that arena, Dyers, everyone, both supports, they were melted so quickly. Now they're off to the innocent golem. Few more shots by the SF, and this golem will be kaboom.
I would say this is a good trade. You got 1 tower and 1 kill, 1 support king against 2 support. This is a good
And they
trade.
even force them to commit a big spell. So if that meantime, if they want to fight, they don't have Mars, they don't have Arena, so that maybe results can favor them. But Husker, he's just trying his best to deny that ancient control from the Dyers. Because if they keep stacking Ancient and Sven is keep taking it, the farm obviously gonna help them. Tiniest track, it's no use.
See, Team Turkey have performed smoke and they are looking for Husker. Husker is gonna be the big target. Cottle already gives his information.
Why would Keeper of the Light will initiate? What?
Tiny doesn't have blink. They have to initiate, but this is not the way they wanted, they were looking for. But still, they got one.
Rohan, first you tell me this. What did I say about Bounty Hunter? You know, if it's good, if you are winning. If
Yeah.
you're not losing, what happened?
Your
It will be the
liability.
biggest, what you say, casualty. And that's the same thing happening. And I'm telling you, the worst is going to come now. Because once this Tiny or maybe Largo, if they hit basic item mark, they will hunt down Bounty in a singular phase, individually. And this Bounty will be just burden. They need momentum, they need information. And Dyers, they have placed sentry on the major cross sections. You know, if Bounty tries to get into any part of the jungle, they will be notified. Now impact is going to be very less, or maybe the Bounty is going to play behind the Husker, so that Bounty can earn from the track gold. But in this scenario, there are so many if and buts, and that's not going to happen, you know that.
Yeah, but Bounty needs XP as well. That's the reason he is sticking with his team right now. But they are looking for a target. Warlock have to be careful. 3 heroes from the side of Mongolia. They are coming towards this mid. Yes, they can go, but there's a blood of Arena, but oh! GDI, he just survived. Good hammer. And they
wanna
can
fight,
go.
they wanna fight?
Golem was also deployed. Ice Path just blocked their position. But yeah, they knew, like Team Mongolia knew they have failed the Blood of Arena. Now it's the time to get back. They have to reset their skills, reset their ability, and again, they can initiate.
What? Roshan tossed Jakiro back in the upper ground. And it could have turned really bad for the team. Jakiro could have been picked there, but Bounty Hunter again. Mr. Casualty is gone. He went into the sky, he never came back. A dead body just returned. And one more time, the Bounty Hunter has been compromised by the dire security. I'm like, it was really sad to see that Arena was missed, but the way Jakiro placed that ice path, was so fantastic. The solo ice path was necessary to stop that push by the Dyers. You know, it's okay your teammate made a mistake. And in games, in fast-paced games, mistakes are bound to happen. But that's the teammate, is, you know. But now this is a fight between, it's a 4v4 smoke of deceit fight. And they both literally went to the against way, the wrong way. It's like, aap devil ke aage, devil aapke piche, aap devil ke piche, like something like that.
Yeah, but the position is compromised. Husker, he already got the position, but Husker has been getting targeted. The stun was good, got strength damage, but here, the Blood of Arena and Sven, there's nowhere to run. You are stuck there, and you going to down. But Witter trying to survive. He got the movement speed, but where? How many seconds you will need? Okay, stun. The spear got missed.
Still help them out. But
Yeah.
I don't think in any scenario, this Largo will be served justice.
He is buying good time actually.
He will be persecuted. In a Dire losing his life in the Radiant Tier 3. He's just wasting the time. He tried to cut the time because in 12 seconds, Sven will be there, but he won't be having that god strength to fight for the Roshan. I told you. Husker was almost dead, but that Shadow Fiend's ultimate was so good on time that Husker got time to toggle or maybe get back with the life break and those firing arrows. I feel bad for Sven, but Sven realized that if I need to give some impact, I need to have Black King bar in my pocket. Else, it's not gonna happen. But it will take some time. Meanwhile, Husker, he's ready for the next item. He just purchased Weaver and Heart is in the fast queue.
Oh, this is the first Roshan, and after the Roshan, I assume they're gonna get more way to clear. Oh, the spear again, he missed. But Witter, have to be careful. This is not the way you wanna initiate. But they're gonna get more control of this map.
Husker, Sukimoto. Sukimoto was playing good before 10 minutes. He was giving information to their team about the Swain who was farming, but now he can't go anywhere. As you said, Krat, like every crossing, Team Turkey have placed observer and sentry, and they will get notified whenever bounty is going to.
Surprise, surprise!
Oh.
Boy! Kevin catch off guard, that arena spear, everything also so nice. And the damage from the Shadow Fiend is unbearable. And this mid from the Turkey has been assassinated. This is happening to our upper bracket team who was literally undefeated throughout the tournament. And sometimes the pressure, when it kicks in, it doesn't matter which team it is. It doesn't matter if you're coming from upper bracket or lower bracket. When it comes in, even the good players have bowed down.
Whoa.
Okay,
Again.
casualty, 101, back to side. And I told you, that Stormhammer was enough to get that to Sukimoto's flag. But Husker, the long jump champion, is on Largo with the fiery arrows. Although Largo got a heal, he went back. Husker realized that he can't be in this vulnerable situation where Dyer can pick him off. It's better to fall back because he doesn't have his main core carry with him.
Yeah.
He needs to stay alive. They have still Aegis left, 3 minutes on the Aegis clock. They can still organize the team in a very familiar and organized way, and they can move forward. But Sven, I think the next item was BKB, and he didn't opted for damage. I believe, if I'm not wrong, I saw a Eco Saber there. Power Thread Eco Saber, it means that it does have, the Sven does have some attack speed.
With Mask of Madness.
But do
Now
you think that Mask of Madness and attack speed is enough? But Husker, he's losing a lot of HP. The Torment, I wanna see who gets it. Oh,
Sukimoto.
oh no, now this is little fun. Bounty Hunter Shard tells us that Bounty can make his ally disappear also, van invisible also. And the cooldown is not that big. So you can ask your players to be, you can make them invisible, and this is the second time. Although Tiny used his shield rune, but it doesn't matter. SF damage is humongous. So I was talking about Bounty Hunter Shard. I play a lot of Bounty Hunter. The cooldown is less. You can enable so many things by, making Husker invisible, SF invisible, or Mars invisible. Surprise Victim of Soul, surprise Arena, surprise Live Break. Can cause so much danger.
But I feel bad for the Tiny. First of all, the lane was not good for him. And now it's the second time he just got punished in lane. There's the one more tower. Team Mongolia is going for... They can actually go for the bush. They have the edges. They can create
will,
and
obviously.
take the map control as well. 7K network lead.
Good news.
Yo.
Virat Kohli,
BKB.
they got the BKB. Now, it doesn't matter what soul or what arena you play. If the BKB timing is perfect, Sven will just move across it. Bounty Hunter. He took a support talent tree, shuriken toss timing. But the sentry was placed to get the information. Haste. The haste rune. Mars. He needs to be eradicated instantly, and the same thing happened. But Ingo, did he use the God Strength?
Yes.
Then maybe it's a big investment, but then now they have to wait for some time. Because Husker, he will be routing. He would be waiting for Mars before they go for the initiation. And I want to see how much time is left for this for the Aegis. It's just 30 seconds. In next 30 seconds, 25 seconds, Mars is also not there. So maybe Husker couldn't use his Aegis nicely.
Exactly, but Husker is not going to back. And he is giving good damage to ZZ. But still, no one going to die here because the continuously healing from Largo is insane. Oh, he's solo and he is jumping towards 3 heroes
He
of
has
Turkey.
Aegis, he has Aegis, he has Aegis. It doesn't matter. That Aegis will expire all the time. It was such an unfortunate event for Husker. And suddenly the tides changed. And that net worth lead took a big leap. If I'm not wrong, it was 6,000 favoring Team Mongolia, but just because of that frag, that Aegis denial, it gave a big blow in the guts.
That's a good win.
So I'm feeling so sad for this Husker.
Oh, this is a good win for Team Turkey. Now they have chances to get their farm complete. I guess Swain just needed a big KB. Already he have. He now needs a Daedalus and Blink Dagger. These two items can
Brother, you just named two things in a sentence. He just need Daedalus. That is almost 5,500 gold item.
Yeah.
Then you need a Blink Dagger, that is 2,100. Already his team is playing a little passive because there has been a constant pressure from the Radiant side. Obviously, the carry potential what Sven brings on the table is any day better than the Shadow Fiend if Sven gets the appropriate initiation. But right now, it's very tough because they have a hitting mid too. Husker is doing good. Mars is doing super good. SF gets automatically that advantage. But if you compare the scenario in the Team Turkey, Tiny is till now in the game, in the 25 minutes game, his presence is absolute negligible. Either he steps it up or Turkey. They should not even think to hold the dream of getting the trophy.
But Team Turkey, they are going for the one target, and thus the Mars. One more click, but no, it's good heal. Simon, BKB is on, Blood of Arena, and he will survive. No, because of that BKB, Swain used, and he is giving good amount of damage. SF, he is also low, and this is the domination. Oh, this is double kill, and he is looking for one more. One more right click can be good, but no, they are looking for the big target. That's the Husker. And now it's the time for Husker. And they are killing each heroes from the side of Mongolia. They are dead. Whoa.
I think Team Mongolia can write how to lose a game 1-1. They were having such a big advantage, two big mistakes, that Aegis calculation, the timing calculation, and this gang. Although Team Mongolia tried, and even Bounty Hunter used the shard on Mars to enable that hidden TP, but the vision was there, and Sven already popped his ultimate. So that damage was immense, and few shots, and Mars was dead. They tried to chase down other players too, and they got 4 frags out of 5, and it's a big W for the Team Turkey. And finally, they are back in the game, holding. Now they are on the driver's seat. Now they can dictate the pace. Now they can do whatever they want to do in maps. Husker, now you can say that domination, that scary phase is over. Now everyone will be scaling out. And I'm happy for the Tiny. He will get the space to get those basic items so that he can also provide that input in the game.
Because they are not going back. This golem deployed and giving good amount of damage. The cost train with 7. He blinked away for the Jakiro. And one more right click. That's a 2 right click for Jakiro. And they are looking for more. Tiny is going for a save. Oh, the blink good.
Tony, no. I think a few more shots are going to be enough. But SF, that was a greedy pick, but does not matter. And with that frag,
that's a GG.
Shadow Fiend, he said GG and disconnected game.
Yeah.
This means that pressure is winding up, is getting to his head. Holding the nerves is important, but the grand final first matchup has been taken by Team Turkey. Let me remind you all one more time that this team,
whoa, what a game.
this team,
What a game Team Turkey have played. Like Swain, he just slain every Mongolian player here. This is just the first game. We're gonna witness more. But Team Turkey, like they did it. Wow. It was a good game. But Team Mongolia, they have to think now how they will come back. Because it's 2-0. And Team Mongolia, they have to win continuously to get the victory in the series. Whoa. Congratulations, Team Turkey. They have done it for the first map. But now it's time for the second. But I feel like the pick Jakiro was good. The Husker was awesome. In the mid, he won against Tiny. But still, Tiny,
yeah.
like he did his job to initiate the fight every single time. And Swain, he knew he had to give the damage, and he did well. And that's how they win. And obviously, the supports, they were the backbone of the team, and they did their job perfectly.
You know, I was just wondering how it all happened. Because they didn't have any, grouping agent or maybe a ultimate or a skill, so that Tiny gets that, Sven gets that cleave damage. Because in the last gang, the way Sven eliminated both players safely, the mid and the core, offlane Mars and Husker, was something very confusing. Or maybe they were out of position. But it takes you one good gang, and the things can take north to south turn. Team Mongolia was so good in this initial phase. They dictated the pace, few mistakes, and they're out. And overall, the score is 2-0 in the favor of Turkey. Turkey just need one more game. If they manage to get that too, they will be the champion of Global Esports Game Mumbai edition. This is the fourth time happening. And I heard the next time it's going Los Angeles, I believe.
Yeah, you're
I
right,
wish
Krat.
they invite me and Rohan again for the Dota.
Okay.
In English.
Okay.
We want to cast with, English talents from the foreigner. Like, we provide emotions. This is our emotional game. We Indians, we always do our jobs like this. We put our emotions in the game and then we do it.
But two things Team Mongolia did wrong. One, they trying to initiate fight. Blood of Medina missed 2 times. And other than, like Husker and Bounty Hunter were in bottom ancient jungle, dire one. They lost there. Like
Yeah.
these, few mistakes was costly for them. And now they are
They are
0
one.
and 2 for the Team Turkey. But now we are looking for a short break.
Yeah,
After that,
absolutely. Because it was a high intense game. Our players are off to a break, and everyone watching it online, go get some refreshment. We will catch you back after the short break. Welcome back, everyone. This is Global Esports Game Mumbai. Hashtag World Connected. This is Grand Finals Day 3 Judgment. We can call it Judgment Day 2. My name is Krat, joined by Rohan Plays. And this is the grand finale of Dota 2. Team Turkey leading the scoreline with 2-0. But Rohan, my brother, my brother from Kolkata, the city of love, or what we say?
Yeah,
City of
city
love.
of
Oh,
joy.
Did you see that confidence? Yeah, the city of love. So, what are the thoughts? That rage moment by the Shadow Fiend, he just said GG and disconnected. Do you think Team Mongolia got the mental reset before entering in this game?
They have to. There's no way. There's no space for mistakes now. They are like new, like zero their score.
No, you
Another
telling,
side.
Ron, like, was the question I asked, you were telling me something before the segment. I want audience to know that what were thoughts, that the draft was good.
Yeah.
Where actually Team Mongolia screwed up.
See, multiple times Team Mongolia tried to initiate fight, but they failed. That's the position, that's the time when they lose their confidence. And every time they get back, there's a counter coming from Team Turkey. That's the key point for Team Turkey as well. And there we know the result is here.
Multiple initiation by the Mars
Yeah.
and the Falls Arena. Falling Falls Arena, they were the key reason. Second, they were all attention was given to the Tiny and the Sven. The Largo got the bailout. Largo was the prime reason that Husker was not able to secure those important frags. But as soon, time came in, time went in. Sven got items and few lucky points was so important for Team Turkey that everything got changed and they got the second game in the grand finals. But my hopes are high. But I so want that Team Mongolia should cancel out all the factors and now show everyone that how to make a comeback. Because till now they were telling us how to screw up 101. Now they should write a book telling everyone how to come back 101.
Whoa. Team Mongolia, they have to execute. They have to go for the hunt.
One thing you did last time, that you sang that song for Australia.
Oh, not now, not now.
I'll follow you. I'll follow you.
Okay.
I like it. Joy Mohan Bagan. Like, let's do it.
যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে
Acknowledge and Team Mongolia will show everyone
Yeah.
that they can walk alone, but they will not bow down before anyone, whether it's anyone.
This is the second time they are facing Team Turkey. They
Yeah.
have to come back. They have to take their revenge back. Let's see what they have prepared for the next game. Because this is high-stake game. And if they lose this game, the crown is gone for them. They have to think, they have to do something, they have to step up for the victory. Krat, this is the high-tension mood. Oh.
Especially, and as we move forward, the draft phase is on, and our boys, they're all set. Because as we always say, the MOBA, the game begins when the draft begins. What we can see from here, the Timber, Train, Protect. We have seen Train before.
Yeah.
In the series, we have said we have saw Timber too.
Pampu
I
was
think
playing
Pampu
from India?
was not playing. He was failing with Timber, big time.
Okay. But
I'm very old in the industry. I can take shots.
we can talk about the now, like the
But
draft phase is on.
Pampu played the third game very nice. I remember we were continuously praising that guy that finally he's stepping up good time. And one of the key reasons why Team India won that series 2-1, but Team Mongolia, they have proved time by time that they have everything to be the best. But it's all about that holding that thing for a longer so that you can change the result. But if they don't overcome their emotions, I don't think then anything else is left. Because most of the teams, you started the show with telling everyone that there were 7 teams. 6 teams were praising them, that Team Mongolia, they were expecting Team Mongolia to take the trophy. But it's all about that in moment scenarios. But Team Turkey, they're very calm. They prefer making action than speaking. And see the faces, they look super calm. And they know they just need single game. Maybe after 2 games, we can see that any change in the face looks or maybe the body language. But for now, they are looking very calculated, composed.
Whoa. I want to talk about the draft. Team Mongolia have to pick one hero. I feel Keeper of the Light can be a good option, or Bat Rider as well. Because, like other team currently have Timbersaw, and Timbersaw is like tanky, but not against the magic damage. Let's see, Team Mongolia, does they have some idea or plans to beat this Timber. But Warlock, last game also we have witnessed Warlock with some golem action. But now, Team Mongolia, they have to think. 11 is thinking to pick for the team the best hero they can.
Rohan, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother, but the last time when I asked you which team is going to win,
Yeah.
you said Team Mongolia.
You
Is it
also-
safe to say that it's because of your choice? So this time I want you to take Team Turkey.
No, I'll go for Team Mongolia.
You still, dude, I'm
Yes.
telling you that
I have
because you
hope.
took a Mongolia, they lost the game.
Yeah.
So if you
That's the part.
choose Turkey, maybe Mongolia will win.
Yeah, they can. They can, but I have hopes for Team Mongolia because they
In
have
India,
to do comeback.
in India, there's a desi term called panauti. Do you agree that you do
No,
have
no,
that
no.
certain features to be
No.
called one? No?
No.
But you took the Mongolia name. You literally said they have such a good draft, this is their win.
Again, I have
And the
the
player
name
are
of Team Mongolia.
disconnecting with rage. Okay,
Let's-
so
let's
this
wait.
time also you're saying Mongolia.
Yes.
Or then if Team Turkey win this time also, are you gonna take this compliment that you are little panauti?
We're gonna congratulate Team Turkey then.
Even
Let's
I
wait.
have that trait. If I start supporting anyone, they are automatic fall. That's why I stopped supporting. I say anyone who plays best, that should win. I'm one of the famous, me, Maisie. We have this. But yeah, Warlock and Timber, they started the fest. Queen of Pain,
11. 11 likes Queen of Pain. Actually, like first day we have already seen 11 was playing QOP and he was good with it.
we were shocked. We were very, skeptical ki how this Queen of Pain will turn out, whether it will be impactful or as usual, no input, no, how would it, this pick would justify. But yeah, fortunately, that Queen of Pain proved his mettle and played a
played
good
well.
Dota. But in the third pick, we can see an Abaddon. Team Turkey, they're going for a very subtle draft. Abaddon, if Abaddon is offlane, Timber is mid. If Timber is mid, offlane can... Oh my God.
Walk,
This
walk.
Team Turkey literally plays with my brains out. The Dota I know, let's say out of 10, I can say that I'm 5 or 6. They make me rethink, dude, no. Give it yourself maximum 2-3 points. You don't deserve 6. Because typically, Abaddon can offlane, Clockwork can offlane, Timber can offlane. What is happening here in Team Turkey?
Whoa, Team Mongolia. They need some burst damage as well as magic. I feel still Storm Spirit can be a very good option. Because, Clockwork
With
can...
Team
stun-
Turkey?
Yeah. Team,
will break towers?
Actually, Team Mongolia can go for Storm
Who
Spirit.
will break... are you kidding me?
Why?
I take you as my senior in Dota.
No.
But against Abaddon, how can Storm be very dominant?
I still
Because
feel.
Timber, Clockwork would never be an easy food for Storm. Warlock can be a crazy food for Storm. Abaddon with Apothec Shield, he can cancel out anything. Even the Orchid of Malevolence. Instant debuff. And Storm is not good for Turkey. I feel like they need a hard hitter. Or maybe they want Abaddon to take for the core one and that Eco Saber, Manta, and Assault. That Abaddon is a good Abaddon.
Tidehunter against Timbersaw. Okay, we're gonna witness. Let's see, Team Mongolia, they have to pick one more hero, but before that, they're gonna ban 2 more heroes from this game. Other side, Team Turkey, they also have the option to ban Team Mongolia. What they are thinking right now?
But you have opted for Team Mongolia even
Yeah.
in this. Okay, now I'm saying the grand final is over for me. Team Turkey has a settled draft.
Okay.
Abaddon going carry. Timber is off lane. Now they need a mid. They need a mid. And already you can see look on the face of Team Mongolia players. They are not happy. They are little. Oh, the mid is laughing. But the fourth guy from the right is not happy.
Whoa, there's tension in the air.
That's electricity, heat in the air. The way Shadow Fiend got disconnected with that GG, and I can imagine the ambience, that environment.
Razor.
But they took a break for like 5 minutes, and those 300 seconds must be so uncomfortable for everyone to, even face each other. Because it was their game. They were dominating the lane phase, everything. Few mistakes and they lost everything. But right now, everyone's taking plenty of time because it's banning. They still have one left. Radiance have one ban left. They need a mid. Maybe
Ember.
Ember is a wise choice.
Yeah.
As we have seen people playing it. And Ember is really good. But Husker, okay? It's quite valid. But I don't think they could have, maybe, because just for the win's sake, they could have taken Husker also. Okay, they ban Husker, and even they are talking. So maybe they were planning Husker. Now, Radiance, Team Turkey are also on the last ban phase. What do you think? Team Mongolia requires what now? Trent is position 5. Queen of Pain is position 3. Or
I guess mid. QOP mid.
Mid Queen of Pain. You're taking Tidehunter as 3 and Tiny, position 4.
Position
If
4.
Tiny is position 4, then they need a carry.
Yep.
And I'm very sure Team Mongolia will literally question your thinking. They will do something which you never dreamt of. 101%, as Indians say, 100%.
Okay. Now it's a good time, but the Mongolia have to pick one hero.
15 seconds on the clock. Tick, tick, 12.
Whoa. Any prediction for the pick? For the
I think
last
they
pick?
go for the carry.
Yeah, they have to.
101%.
But which hero?
Slar Karsa, maybe. These are the players, these are the heroes which recently teams have been picking, banning a lot. Tinker.
They need magic damage. QOP have magic and Tinker as well as have good magic damage. But now is the question, who is going to be play
Tinker
in
fascinates me.
offlane
Tinker fascinates me.
or mid from the side of Team Turkey?
Turkey.
Oh. One more pick.
I'm
going to
thinking
happen?
my brain's off. What just happened? Because right now I'm trying to rearrange all the puzzles. If Tinker is mid, Queen of Pain is where? Tidehunter is where?
Yes.
I have seen carry Tidehunter. I have seen Deadless Desolator Tidehunter. With the level 25 Blobber active. I think 20 or 25 Blobber activates the Anchor Smash. Darkseer.
Oh,
What
some
the
interesting
flying
picks.
fish just happened? It's like 4 offlane players. Abaddon is carry, Timber is mid, Darkseer is offlane, and throughout whole time, Team Turkey played with our minds. How is this even possible? Okay, let's initiate the gank with Clockwork Hook. The
Yeah.
moment
Cogs
opponents, they come for the, counter initiate, there come a vacuum, wall, then still a lot of things left from the Radiant side. Team Turkey, they took so much time, but they cooked so nice. And I'm feeling very scary for Team Mongolia. Because if they execute all the plannings that they wanted to by this draft, then Mongolia won't be getting a single second to move. But in the end, I just wish good luck to both of the teams to go for the natural best default Dota. Because in the end, it's all about love about the game. Love the game and you give your 100%.
Whoa. We're going to jump into the game very soon with that.
That's a very fancy skin from the Clockwork.
Yeah.
For a second, I was confused. This is Trend Protector leading Mongolia, the Dire. But
But see, some interesting picks we are like witnessing.
from
But
which team? Turkey.
both the team. Actually, both the team picked.
You can still justify a little bit. Yeah, exactly. You are right. I'm wrong. Both teams have picked left, right, center.
Grand final.
It doesn't
And you
look
know-
like one. There is no anti-main, man. No Spectre, no.
No hard carry, no hard hitter.
It's a momentum-based game. It depends on how lane phase will turn out, how lane phase will be executed. First of all, I want to see the lanes. Just to satisfy my brain that who's going where. Darkseer is for sure the off lane. If Darkseer is off lane, then Clockwork is position 4, Warlock is position 5, mid Timber, and safe lane Abaddon.
I don't feel good for Timber if Timber is made from the side of Turkey. Against Tinker, it's not good.
Brother, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Everything is fair 11 war, and specifically when
In
Mongolia
Dota.
is facing Team Turkey, you should not expect anything because you gotta expect the unexpected. And I also want to know, I also want to see how Tinker is played in such crucial, hardcore matches where every mistake can turn out to be anything, can result be changed by such drafts. Because Mongolia need a clean sweep. Now there are 3 matches left in the grand finals and Mongolia needs to win every match of it. Then only they can be the champion of Global Esports game. Hashtag Mumbai, hashtag World Connected.
Wow. Rion. But now, like, Tinker is made.
Patna?
And against the Timber.
Like he's a good carry, he's a
Yeah.
good mid. But,
Tinker is good mid. Obviously,
so
there's no
till
question.
date, we are little bit right. Okay, Tidehunter is support. God bless
No?
us. Tidehunter is support and offlane is
Abaddon.
Clockwork and Wall.
Okay, just wait. There's
What is happening?
Tiny
Safe
and
lane. Okay,
Tidehunter.
Queen of Pain is safe lane.
Yeah.
Who was a tiny safe lane? Tiny safe lane. Queen of Pain is support. God bless. Sorry.
Tiny.
I hope.
Actually,
I'm
you
very
can see
curious,
Tiny is in off lane with the Tidehunter. Other side, you can see Treant Protector and Queen of Pain in safe lane. Against Clockwork and Darkshade. Oh, Sukimoto. Twitter is again pulling the creeps wave towards their like safer position to get every single last hit from here. 2-0 scoreline for now. Team Turkey, they have good advantage. But Team Mongolia, they have to think something out of the box to get the victory in the series. But this is not going to be that easy because Team Turkey, they are undefeated in this tournament.
You know why I request observers that, yeah, I want to see how this Tinker is going to play out against a Timber. Especially, this Tinker is under a lot of pressure. This team is down 2-0. One more game out of the hand and the grand finals are over. Marsh Machine just to kite this Timber a little off, but with that reactive armor, with every machine making that connection with Timber, Timber would be getting that heal, some armor, so that he can become more tank.
Whoa.
Mongolia, this is your moment. If you want to be the champion of Global Esports game, then this can be the start of your comeback. Treant Protector has been trapped with the cogs, and the battery assault is constantly soaking that HP from the Treant. And I believe it's the end for Treant Protector. Wooter getting the first blood. And now it's about Queen of Pain and the Iron Shell on the Darkseer. If he doesn't break the blink, it can be any point. Queen of Pain is acting a little greedy. That Iron Shell is giving lot of damage.
Whoa. Kunap is playing pretty well. For now, I guess he wanted the trade, he got the trade. Witter was trying to deny his teammate, but didn't get success. But other side, Dingo with his support Warlock is trying to get as much as last hit they can. Sukimoto. Oh, some right clicks and that's a toss. Good toss and good damage as well. Fatal Bond is activated.
This
And
is
Tidehunter is pretty low as well.
This lane is quite balanced. Tiny and Tide is not that ideal combo, a stun or maybe anchor smash they can try, or maybe the opponents. If they want a frag, they need Radiance to make a mistake. Same with Radiance. Warlock and Abaddon, until unless opponent, they get so lost in the lane that they forget about the HP and maybe Abaddon chasing down and getting that frag, then only situation can go to their way, according to the way. Else, I don't think anything else can happen. But Tidehunter is trying to pull the lane into the creeps and getting that stack.
Oh, Avalanche and toss instantly.
Now,
It's good amount of damage and Sukimoto get the kill. Stoic. Have to be careful in next time.
if you remember the first blood in the very start of the game, in the last, it was Stoic getting the Sukimoto.
Yeah.
Finally, Sukimoto playing a hero. By playing, he can contribute to the team. Because Bounty, he was literally missing from the map. At least now they're awake and they are off to a good start. The clockwork. He got the haze. He went for the cogs, battery assault, but is it enough? And this time, they overcommitted and Darkseer couldn't justify with a trade-up. Both survived from the Dyers and now they're chasing for the Darkseer. And the ticking damage by the Shadow Strike and the final hit is enough to get one more frag. And if I'm not wrong, Rohan, this Queen of Pain is safe lane.
Yeah, he is safe lane, and he is doing pretty well as well. Because you can see he have good amount of last hit, also like get multiple kills as well. But Stoic is now here to support Dingo. But same, I have to be careful. He is like below 50% HP. 1-4 is the score line. Team Mongolia playing best. They have to. Oh, the battery assault blocking the same right now. Multiple hits can be the deadly for the same. And there's a cock block. Dingo, one more right click, and there's a kill for the Stoic. It's a good kill. Dingo needed that assist. Whoa. 2-4, and both the team are looking good right now. But this lane, this safe lane, this top lane is good for Team Mongolia. Queen of Pain is getting farm as well as kill. Trent is giving good, good support. And 6 minutes, we're gonna witness the Wisdom Rune soon. But before that, you can see Timbersaw have double damage in his bottle. He's also looking for one item, but the good toss, but Dingo didn't get any damage from that, I guess. Does he have Raindrop? This is the question, but now he got his supports back to survive in this lane. Again, Jazzy doing good support for his team. Cox block and battery assault, giving mini stun to the Tiny. They are trying to chase, but no, that's not going to be happen. Okay, that's the initiation they were looking for. It's a good rotation from GTI.
See the wall lock. The amount of initiation and aggression from a position 5 is immense. It's important because 7 minutes there will be a shrine. And everyone wanna contest it. Tsukimoto, you don't have HP, one fatal bond, or maybe that upheaval would be enough. Tiny, is it necessary? Because you kind of feeding the Timber. He is the core from the Radiance. The good news for the Dyers is that they got the frag from the Radiant and Radiant got a frag. But this is double core loss. The safe lane and the mid lane has been compromised from Team Turkey. This is the usual game style from them. They always go for the passive slow at the start, but as the game progresses, you get to see a different color. You get to see a different gameplay level from Team Turkey.
I think Kyopi's TP was good, was one position, but little bit of earlier, if he TP'd, there was chances to get one more core there. Dingo is now farming, but Kyopi playing pretty well and doing good damage as well. Right now, he is looking for the Kaya. After Kaya, he will be activated because the Sonic Wave was online, used for the Timbers of Hill, and they got the kill.
Oh, I saw something interesting. Queen of Pain playing is carry. She's maxing out the Shadow Strike. She already got Power Thread, 2 Null Talisman, 2 Ironwood Branches, and she has queued up, I think, Kaya.
Yes, the Kaya.
This Queen of Pain can deal lot of magic damage in a very short time. She needs to be counter at least twice or thrice in the next 5-10 minutes. Else, even this Queen of Pain would be giving lot of problems to the team on the Turkey side. Because Team Turkey has shown me a lot of moments where they have proved, they have played beautiful Dota. And I'm still hoping that they'll make a comeback. Although this is just the start of the game, but that starting phase didn't happen according to them. Mongol, Team Mongolia. Playing Rise, but that toss in the March of Machine, but it's not enough. Timber is quite tanky. Tanking some damage, instant wing coming back. An interesting skill build by the by the Timber also. Leveling of the chakras, Timber chain is just level 2, and reactive hammer just 1. Usually everyone, just for the sake of escape, they max chain. there are very less people who use the chakras. But Queen of Fame, it's very important. Queen of Fame has already used the blink. It's 7 seconds. They need to shut down this Queen of Pain in the next 5 seconds, and it's a big blow for the team Mongolia. They lost the core one, but this tiny rotation with that toss, he secured one, but instantly went down. But Tinker, he's trying to give the damage, but in the end, it was Tiny getting the double frag. But it was a nice try. They lost 2 cores, they got 1 core in back.
Whoa, that avalanche by Tiny
Yeah,
was on point and connected 3 heroes. And 3 died there. Team Turkey, they did try well, they got the cow, but still, they lose their 3. That's not the good ideal trade they were looking for. Sugimoto is everywhere right now. And Tinker also getting good amount of farm. I guess like few more minutes, then he will be everywhere, giving good amount of damage to every Turkey player. GTI. He is also looking for Kaya and Shanga. Shanga and Kaya, but Saimai have Marduk Mask, looking for the Vladimir. That's a good item, but he is level 6 right now. But still, he didn't pick the Ravage yet. Let's see. Dingo getting good amount of damage. Ultimate is online. GTI is here to give some damage. That's the Ravage connected to 2 of the code. Important code is here. And Tinker also here to give good damage to the Anchor Smash. He
loses the
wanted to
posture
use,
shield.
but does not.
And the Timber is scared. He was scared, so scared of that laser that Timber could have gone for Tiny and secured that frag. But, you know, it's a big surprise that it couldn't take out any frag. They invested so much. They gave out Ravage, like Marsh Machines, lasers, everything. Now they'll get a random estimate that, you know, just to get 1 frag, because even opponents have tanky heroes. They need to be more synchronized. Everything matters. I think the game of hide and seek is over. The Trend Protector has been caught. And before the Tinker makes any move, everyone, they will be moving towards the safer zone. Tinker went for the blink, couldn't find anyone, using March of Machine and instantly teleporting to the base. But game is still not sure which side this game will rely on. Although, Team Mongolia, they're leading the amount of kills, the number of kills by 3. But you know, in the defense of the arch ancient game, it doesn't matter how many kills you have. If your throne is not alive, the defense matrix cooldown was over. Tinker blink to the random place, but it was not enough. And it was a random kidnap. He was so shocked. He was in the mid phase of the rearm, and then he got that damage. Couldn't do much.
I would say a very good gang by like Warlock and Timber. The Golem was placed nicely. And the Sonic Wave giving so much damage. Stoic got denied! GTI! Just the time.
That's so good.
You played well. Whoa.
So bloody good. Because I remember whenever you use Scream of Wave or Scream of Fame to anyone, your position gets a little challenged. You get a little push. In that push also, they deny the Warlock. Hard luck for the Queen of Fame. But still, the cooldown is not that much. It will be renewed very soon in a minute or 2. But I'm having high expectations from this Queen of Fame. Because the item progression is really nice. And we can see in the network chart too. The ones leading the chart is from the Dyers. But that's the problem. Every time Team Turkey and Mongolia face each other, net worth is just a mere joke. But they just wanna hit down Abaddon. But this time they waited for it. That Ravage was sure, and 1 more frag in the bag. Team Mongolia is like, no, bro. We wanna extend this lead. 11-7, almost 1,000 goal of net worth advantage towards Team Mongolia.
Oh, again, the Chakram giving enough damage to get that kill of Trend Protector. 8-11 is the scoreline for now. Queen of Pain is leading the chart in terms of net worth. They got the regeneration rune. We'll try to give some damage to this mid tower. If they can get the mid tower, this will be good for them to create and like get some space. GTI is here. Stoic Does he have ultimate? No. Every single ultimate from the side of Turkey is in cooldown. Other than like GTI. Side Team Mongolia. The score is 0. They have to win anyhow. But last game, I remember they were playing pretty well in first 15 minutes. After that, the shift.
It's a usual thing. That's a normal tradition in the Team Mongolia.
Yeah.
The way they start the game is like they're the world best team. And suddenly, as I informed you earlier also and told the audience that when the time progresses in the game, amount of mistakes, the percentages of mistakes literally takes a leap. And once they lose the cool, when they start feeling little pressure, the quality of Dota they play is not that suitable for that stage. So I just wish with this momentum only, Team Mongolia start taking those objectives. Because getting more frags, it doesn't matter. Because if you notice, Mongolia, they lost their top tower, top safe, maybe yes or no? They haven't not lost it. Although Radiance, they are pushing it, and Clockwork, they spotted a player. It was Tinker, but Tinker made a blink, but tiny. What exactly was planning? He just crossed the Dark Pure wall, soaked some damage, but now the chasing has begun. Warlock is going for the sneaky code, but that overgo was delayed, and Warlock made it alive.
Exactly, so much of damage trying to give the Kyopi.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no like good initiation from the side of Mongolia, but they didn't get anything out of that fight. But GTI in mid, still trying to like save the mid tower. Other side, Tinker is coming, using his TP, and again, using Marsh Machine, again and again, and back. 8-11, both the teams are looking good. There's no much difference in net worth. But Team Turkey, does they have any idea? I want to know where is this Abaddon farming? Does he have good items? Tidehunter is always behind the Abaddon. He's trying to annoy the Abaddon.
They don't want Abaddon to experience that freedom and get those items. So it's quite understandable that they don't let this Abaddon to go free farm and get those items. Because fat Abaddon can sabotage their gameplay. But finally, somebody realized that objectives are also very important, and getting those tier 1s are the number one priority. Now, once they get the control of the Dire Jungle, the next target would be mid tower. Mid tower enables the control of Ancient. If they stop Tidehunter or any other player from the Dyers, from the Ancient, it will affect the economy too, and that economy shift to the opponents can change the result.
Oh, that's a hook shot connected well. Sugimoto instantly uses his...
Wrong.
Whoa.
That's a
oh,
potting
Sugimoto.
shield. I was
Good
telling you.
toss.
I was literally telling you that Abaddon, potting shield can change everything, Ronak.
Exactly, but still the fight is going on. Dingo is here to support his team. The wall was on point, but there's no connection. But Sugimoto again. Toss, good. Oh, the damage connects well. And overgrowth was on point, but there's no one to give damage. Trained Protector also died here. Team Mongolia already loses too. Tiny have to be careful. Does he have Blink? Yes, he have. But GTI is trying to chase Sugimoto. They have the movement speed. And the chain connects well. And Chakram. Stoic will get the assist. GTI is on a killing spree. This kind of fight we have already seen in the last game, where Mongolia initiated good but failed. And again, this happened.
And they will not stop at this. They will keep doing the mistakes. They will make at least 2-3 more mistakes before they lose the game.
Oh.
Always a beautiful start, then minute 15, minute 20, they start making those mistakes. And they gotta do it, man. They need to realize that they know how to play Dota, but they need to learn Dota as a team. And Team Turkey, it doesn't matter how the lane goes. When it's a team game, after 10-15 minutes, they talk it out, they solve the problems, and they move towards a common goal. That is team victory.
Yep, you are right, Krat. But right now, we can see 11 is farming for the UG. Let's see how much more time does he need. But Saimai is in jungle.
He's also going for some item, but Tsukimoto, Avalanche is good, but he is in danger because multiple heroes from the side of Turkey is here to punish him. GTI is dominating right now. He can't take magic damage, but still he is playing good. Timbersaw. It's a Sonic Wave, good damage, but ultimate is online. Abaddon have to be careful, but there's no way because like their support is everywhere. Team Turkey, now they are playing. It's already 20 minutes, and now time for Turkey to come back.
Rohan, no, the only worry is right now. It's like they don't have a hard hitter. And if they don't start taking the control of the game, I'm not getting to plan or even imagine how Team Mongolia is planning to take out this game. Because Abaddon, a fat Abaddon, is annoying as fish. Plus, Abaddon can give a lot of damage. Timber can tank, Darkseer can tank, Clockwork can tank and initiate, and they have Chaotic offering as Warlock. The draft from the Turkey is superb. I don't care. Right now it's 20. Turkish chances of Turkey is strong. But in this situation, Trend Protector, it's like in infinite time, he has been caught off guard and he was not expecting it. It's grand final. They are on the last chance. If they don't make it happen now, it will be over. Global Esports game will be getting the champion after the game if the mistakes like this happens again.
Wow. You can see Turkey already have network growth. 4K network lead they currently have, and they are looking pretty strong and everywhere. They are taking the control of the map. Now was time for the bottom tower to already do. They have the ages as well. They can easily go for a good push because like Tinker is disabled every time whenever. Okay, GTI again. He got one more kill. This is unstoppable right now. And mid tower is compromised. Tiny will respawn in 20 seconds. Then they have to go for a good fight. They have to initiate. They have to execute. They have to find targets. But Aegis is there. That's the big question. Can they go for the fight and win? GTI, Saima is close. Saima have to be careful, but other side, Queen of Pain is in danger. Sonic Wave used. The Fatal Bond is still activated. Can he survive? Yes, he will. The magic stick.
Those fatal bonds, other creatures are dead, so that damage, nobody won't be there to give that damage, but still. Shadow Strike. Scepter means no cooldown on the Shadow Strike. They can repeat it so many times. Instant fall back by Clockwork. Using the Shard, giving that extra movement speed. Within a matter of 22 minutes, they already have a good net worth lead of 6,000. And it's becoming impossible for me to even imagine how Team Mongolia is going to execute the gameplay.
Okay.
Abaddon?
You can see the Timbersaw is in the jungle. He is waiting for the initiation. But before that, here 11 is looking for Stoic Blood. Can he get that? Saima is here to help. Ravage is here. He can use that. But he is looking for option, looking for his teammate to come here to give some damage. Saima is going. Tinker using his lasers, spamming his lasers, and giving good damage as well. 11. That's a good kill. He is still looking for one more. Okay, they can easily kill like Timber now. After that, what will be happening? He can run using his chain.
You know, they're trying their best. They're trying to chase the Timber down, but Timber is quite tanky. But that ages. He will be getting a second chance, but I want to see how this Timber is going to turn out. He will be taking some time to take that fall, but Abaddon, he got his activated borrow time, but that chain was so damaging. But it's Queen of Pain and the Tinker doing the heavy lifting, giving that magic damage. It's high time. They are finally taking the control. But both sides are taking hell of a time to secure one frag. But there was Tinker with a laser and one more frag going to its way. There was a slight change in the lead. Earlier it was 5,000, now it's 2. but a happy moment for Team Mongolia. Some relief.
This fight took time, actually. They did well. The
But
guard
Rohan,
could kill.
the main